yeah, I don't know. A Blackwell RTX 6000. That's why we're here, and it's gonna be fun. And hopefully my audio is good and the focus is good and all that kind of stuff. Maybe we'll trim the front of this off at some point. I don't know. 21% complete. I got to get the card out so I can show you, but I also wanted to go live on time, but we're still waiting on updates. So, yeah. How about that? Fun times. So Blackwell RTX 6000 is not just a card. There's this thing called NVIDIA microservices, and you get a license for that. And so don't let me forget, I want to talk about that. That's why I wanted to bring it up. But RTX 6000, 96 gigabytes of VRAM. It's basically a 5090. It's 600 watts. There's also the Max Q edition, which is less than 600 watts, which we can actually use NVIDIA SMI to set to power limit the card here. And so it'll be like, we can do a Max Q versus not Max Q version. I've also got another system here. I've got both of my Falcon Northwest systems. So this one is the Intel system, 56 cores. That is Sapphire Rapids. It's not Sapphire Rapids refresh. Intel was going to send me the refresh CPU, but that fell through. I don't know. But it's 56 cores. It's still a monster. It's the machine that I did the machine learning tutorial on. It's an older video. You should check it out because it's great. Windows platform. That's what's updating. And that's what's got the RTX 6000 in it. I literally came in today. I got it a few hours ago. It's a retail card. It's from PNY. It's not a sample or anything like that. I don't think NVIDIA sampled anybody because, you know, who could test a GPU like that, and or they're going to sell every one that they make, so why bother? It's supposed to be $8,500 to I guess $11,000. I don't know. This one came from Vietnam, so tariffs, you know, take that into account. But yeah, so is this going to be another card that we can't get or afford? Well, I mean, $11,000, you can get it, but the 6000 ADA or the older Quadro card. This is the Blackwell 6000, Blackwell RTX 6000, the very latest card that literally just started showing up at retail. It's not even, I don't think people at NVIDIA can order it internally yet, is what I've been told. So, does PNY make them be? No, it looks like a reference card. I'm gonna pull it out of the system here in a second and show you. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. And we're gonna run some torch compile tests with it. I've had issues with that. Are you on the RTX 6000? It needs like the bleedingest edge version of stuff. There's a forum thread. There's a lot of other people that have bought these and they've started to get them in. And so you have to do all sorts of crazy stuff, like run a new version of PyTorch that even Ubuntu 25.04 doesn't have a new enough version. You need like 575 drivers. There's a lot of learning going on. So you should really check out the forum thread. If you have one of these, or you have a newer, 5000 series card, and you're trying to get it to work, and you're doing stuff, because there are some things there that you'll have to do. So let me pull the card and show you. Again, in our Falcon Northwest system, it's pretty glorious. Ooh, it's toasty in there. Wait, is this still not off? Let's turn it off. I can do this without getting any fingerprints on it. So this is Blackwell RTX 6000. You can kind of see it's shiny black. There's also a weird little connector here on the top. It's for the Quadro sync stuff, because you can get, you can put more than one of these in a system and have it synchronized displays. So if you're running like a 16 or a 32K display that's made up of multiple panels and animations don't look right, if you just let each one output independently. So you can kind of see there's see the weird little connectors on the side there? That's for the sync and everything else. Steve just put out a call to see if we can loan him one. That might be workable. This little door is magnetic, which is kind of cool. So, but I don't like that there's fingerprints. But see, it's the same double flow through design, same PCIe Gen 5. It looks just like a 5090. It feels just like a 5090. It has 4 DisplayPort instead of 3 DisplayPort and 1 HDMI. Which I think is nice for professional users. Oh, I've still got some plastic to peel. Look, let's peel the plastic, and then it'll be shiny. Don't you find that appealing, chat? I don't know that I find it appealing that it's picking up fingerprints like crazy, but I'll take it. So, yeah. But yeah, there's no NVLink. NVLink hasn't been a thing in some time. So yeah, you're not going to have NVLink. You're not going to be able to run 2. You're not going to be able to stripe together the VRAM. At least you can do that over the PCIe bus, but that's not as slow as NVRAM. So I'm putting this in our 56-core Falcon Northwest system. And the other Falcon Northwest system in front of this one is the 96-core Threadripper. So we have 56 cores and 96 cores. And in fact, our office here has 2 power circuits, 2 20-amp circuits. And I had to run these machines on different power circuits because they're both insane. Now our machine here with the 96-core Threadripper has dual ADA 5880s. And so I'll switch views here in a second so you can see the terminal, and we can run some baseline like performance benchmarks, and you can kind of see what's going on there. So let me switch the thing there. 1 second. How much is it? It's like 8, 9, 10, 11 grand, give or take. Let's see. Where'd our OBS go? There it is. NIM for developers. That's what I was looking at earlier. Let me see if I can. We can drive this here, chat. This is gonna be low key, relaxed. Nothing Linux testing coming. This is literally a Linux machine that I'm on. This is not the Blackwell system. Wait, oh, I forgot to plug in the monitor. Crap. So there's this really cool Python script called MAMF Finder. Find how much floating point it can do, basically. And so this is testing one of the RTX 5880s in our Falcon Northwest system. So like, check out this system. This is Falcon Northwest rack. So this is our Threadripper system. And the one back there is the Intel system. 96 cores, 512 gigs of memory, and 56 cores and 128 gigs of memory. It's a little older Intel system. I really wish it was a Sapphire Rapids refresh, but it's been hard to get a CPU, so I don't know. But you know, you can do the Windows subsystem for Linux if you need to do machine learning or training or whatever. I forgot to plug in the monitor. Is this one? Yeah. There we go. Let's see. So you can see this one's running. It's 81C. It's a 5880 ADA generation, and we're at about 127 teraflops. That will level out to be more like 160 soon. These 5880s, it can do about 160, give or take. So I might have something else running in the background because, yeah, 154, 160, something like that. So If you lower that third value to 496, it'll complete a lot faster. Oh yeah, thank you, Eusforos. He's the mastermind of things. Oh, this is still working on updates. This is fun times. So we're gonna do the Windows system first, because that RTX 6000 is not gonna live in a Windows system, it is gonna live in a Linux system. But we gotta submit the record for Geekbench, right? I mean, that's what we gotta do. So, yeah. So 5080 rather than 5090 level compute. No, it's 5090 level compute. The RTX 6000, the RTX 6000 is the 5090 of 5090s. So like, it's even higher tier than a 5090, and it has 96 gigabytes of VRAM. Any guesses when 5080 Super might launch? End of the year, probably. How well that cooler works when there's multiple GPUs inside that case. Yeah. That's why they made the Max Q version. Come on, wake up. It's gotta wake up. Let's see, what's going on in our terminal here? Yeah, 135 max, give or take. Is this where all the 5090 dies are going? Yes. I don't know if you can hear it. You can hear the RTX 5880s squealing just a little tiny bit, but also like, look how impressive our Falcon Northwest 4U rack is keeping two of these things cool. So that's also like, it's sort of nuts. Plus also envy me. Come on, Windows. What is it? Did it go to sleep? Mine went to sleep. Oh, it did. Wake up, sleepy. We've had some good times together. No, it's just a single 12 pin. It's 600 watts. The RTX 6000 is 600 watts, same as a 5090. There we go. Look at that. Let's do that. So, Windows is slow. Very, very slow. Come on, Windows. Oh, this is, yeah. It's got a Windows update. I've been putting this off, and it's like, oh, you will not wait anymore because we know that you're doing a live stream. We're going to just go ahead and roll out that update. I get it. So how are things in chat world? Is there an idea on different models from different vendors? I don't think so. There's two versions that I know of. The old blower style, which I think is the Max Q version. Because these Ada 5880s, those are 300 watt cards. And then the version that I showed a few minutes ago, which looks like a 5090. And those are the only two versions that I know of that exist. Lewis Black says there is no way that I really have an RTX 6000. You might want to roll back the stream because we showed it on stream, but that's cool. Whatever. Let's see. I like loose black stuff. He's the appropriate level of angry about some things. Hey, look at that. We're in Windows. Okay, let's do this. Actually, let me see if I can switch inputs real quick, and then maybe you guys can see what I see. Oh, I'm gonna stop this because this is just producing heat right now. Because remember, this is the Linux system, and we're gonna swap out these GPUs. I've got two 285 watt 5880s. We're gonna swap that to the other one. So. Or swap that to the Blackwell when we get done on Windows. But we got some records to set in Windows first. Woo, connector's hot. Hey, look at that. We're working. I think. Pretty sure. Yeah. All right, so you guys can see what I see. Let's run GPU-Z. RTX 6000, blah, blah, blah. PCIe 5, 4, at 4. Oh, that's not good. I've got it in the wrong slot. Oops. Okay, we can fix that. What was the, let's see, somewhere here. Is it this? Yeah. Default 600 watts, maximum 600 watts. 600 watts. We can use NVIDIA SMI to change it from 600 watts, but 600 watts. So, you know, memory entries for Samsung GDDR7, Hynix Micron. I guess this is just memory support. But yeah, and GPU-Z is like, GPU-Z doesn't know this. This is the latest version of GPU-Z. I submitted a validation earlier, but that's fine. Let's run Geekbench. That's the test, right? The OpenCL performance. 96 gigabytes of VRAM. Optional ECC. You can turn ECC on, and that's a software thing. Well, it's not a software thing, but the NVIDIA software lets you turn on ECC, which you give up some of your memory capacity to do that with the NVIDIA utilities, which is kind of cool. Hello, all the new people in chat. How's it going? Have you seen any product that could protect the RTX 6000 from bad 12VH power? You could get a new power supply, but I think that adding more connectors with more potential loss is worse. So 388105, is that a record, chat? Again, this is with the Intel system, the W3495X. I do not have the Sapphire Rapids refresh. I think, it's 6,128 gigs, but yeah, 388105. Is that good? Is that good, chat? Let me get the power supply. I want to show you the power supply. I don't know if my microphone will work as I'm walking, because I forgot. I was like, oh, we'll look at the power supply on the chat, but it's actually a pretty genius power supply design. So, you know, 120 volts in North America is a little bit of a challenge when you need all the watts. And This power supply does something clever. It drops down when it's 110 volts, but most places in America are 120 volts, almost all places, so it's fine. So check this out. Oops. My bad, because I stood up. Hello, I'm back. Let's see. Let me switch. Yeah, all right. So check this out. This is Silverstone's 1650R power supply. I did a video on this, you should check it out, but it is 1600 watts at 115 to 240 volts and 1250 watts at 100 to 115 volts. So it'll take 240 volts. You can run it off a 240 volt circuit, and that's fine. And it's got two of the new 12V2 connections here. And so, like, theoretically, a newer power supply with the newer tolerances and the newer safeties should be safer than adapters or other cables or anything like that. But I just thought it was clever what Silverstone did with that power supply in terms of powering up to two of these things. And some of the folks on our forum picked up two of these, which is sort of nuts. More than one person, as a matter of fact. It's crazy. I did see that on eBay, one of these went for like 20 grand, which is insane. That's just supply chain related. Let's do Blender. Oh yeah, I should switch the screen back, huh, so you can see. All right, so let's do Blender. Where's my Blender benchmark? There it is. Yeah. That's good, 4.4, right? We'll benchmark all that. And we want to benchmark the GPU, not the CPU. There we go, Blackwell Workstation. Let's do it! Woo! 5.0 4x versus 16x. Yeah, we're gonna change that in a second. My bad. I was in a hurry and I think, yeah, it's down one slot. Oops. Do any of those 1600 watt power supplies support an SM bus connection? That is an excellent question. So I know the ones from FSP do, but you have to get more serverish power supplies, and they end up being, I think the 1200 watt, the last one that I ordered was 1200 watts, not 1600 watts. And it had the SM bus connection, but it was also just shy of $1,000. So it was like twice as expensive as, and it's like, is it worth it to get the SM bus connector to do that? If you find a good deal on one, that's the kind of thing you should post in the level 1 forum. Is not your electrical standard plus or minus 10%, so 120 volts can be both 108 volts and 132 volts without breaking the standard? As a practical matter, that's a thing that I've monitored a lot, and I have not seen it that far out of spec. I've seen 115 to 123 volts, so I think it's like more like plus or minus like 3% in reality. $70 billion LLM perf. Do you think we should get LM Studio? Is that a thing that we should do, you think? And see how it does on Windows with this? I mean, we could. Oh, I don't think this will be faster for gaming unless you're in, 32 gigs of VRAM isn't enough, to be clear. So it's like, oh, Cyberpunk's 5% faster, I think I saw in the chat. No, I don't think Cyberpunk will be any percent faster. Yeah, okay, here's our results. I submitted results a little earlier. Is this good? Is this good, chat? So everybody says yes. Woo! Llama could be fun to do the memory size. Okay, let's download. Llama runs a little behind. Let's see. LM Studio. I really want to get this in Linux. Like, Linux is where you should do this kind of thing, not Windows. Windows is on the struggle bus for this kind of stuff. Come on. This whole opening when complete thing is Microsoft making sure that this doesn't have malware by comparing the file hash. So it reads the file hash and then submits it to a Microsoft service. But in typical Microsoft fashion, they oversubscribe the service, and the latency on that can run into the seconds. So like literally the delay for opening that is it trying to check a hash on some Microsoft web service, which is annoying. It didn't even register my clicks. Well, 192 versus 176 ROPS should, in theory, give... That is true. Lol, not if you're doing it in Docker. The machine learning guide that I did on the Falcon Northwest system a year or two ago is a great way to address all that on Windows. It does actually work fairly well. Come on. Am I still on thing? What are the temperatures? Oh, that's a good question. Woo! Get your first LLM. Oh, this is gonna, I don't want to, let's skip onboarding. I don't know. Llama.cpp models. What do I do? What do I do this? I don't use Windows enough anymore to know this. Where do we go? I discover. Right. Let's see. There's 14 billion parameters, 7 billion, 8, 32 billion, 70 billion. This is the Llama distillation though. I think I'd much rather have, is there an unsloth model that is more appropriately sized? It's 140 billion parameters. 1.34 terabytes. It's actually, this is also something you should pay attention to, chat. I've noticed that a lot of people have been benchmarking DeepSeek R1 in BF16. BF16 is useful for fine tuning and like there's tools, blah, 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 but natively this thing is Q8. Benchmarking DeepSeek specifically should always be done in Q8, not BF16. Unless you're specifically testing like your ability to customize and do inferencing. I don't think I'm wrong about that. I think that's what's going on. But it's like, oh yeah, we tested DeepSeek and it runs at this. It's like, oh, it's natively Q8. The thing they shipped was Q8. So, all right, let's see. Not even the lowest quant will fit entirely into 196. Yeah, but I mean, if you can run most of the layers on the GPU, it still will perform really well. Especially the unsloth models. So some of those are like the one that's 2.58-bit is almost the same fidelity as native, as Q8. But it's still pretty big. I suppose we could get the distilled model. I don't... Llama 70B instruct. That's 156 days old. That's like 70 years old in AI time. Does Gemma 3 have a 70 billion parameter model? Alright, well, I guess we are gonna, just in the interest of time, until somebody suggests something else. Still a distilled model, but it is truly 74 gigabytes. Well, that's gonna take a little while to download. 12 minutes. All right. Hardware Info 64, somebody asked about temperatures. Oh, did I kill it? I didn't mean to kill it. Oh, right. That. Let's do that. And this. And this. And that. And this. So, the dim temperatures you can ignore. It's just this platform is always going to warn. I need to update the BIOS. That's CPU related anyway. Blackwell, so far 47 degrees, but it's gonna get a little warmer. Let's run the OpenCL benchmark again, because that will give us a better temperature indication. This has got display scaling turned on, even though it's 1080, doesn't it? Once again, Windows is just such inexplicable things in Windows, really. I mean, just good job, Windows. Come on. Come on, Geekbench. Let's do it. 100 megabytes download. That's gigabit. It's 1 gigabit. I don't know what you want. You can run inference for most 70 billion class on a 48 gig GPU. Well, but the reason you can run at 70 billion is because it's Q4, not Q8. It's 96 gigs is the most relevant to developing and fine tuning. Yes, yeah, and you can do bfloat 16 with a 48 billion parameter model because 16-bit is double 48 gig, 96 gig. Needs more ConnectX 7. The problem is not in the office. The problem is the connection to the office. I came for Linux and got Windows. You missed the first part of the stream then. We're going to put the Blackwell from Linux into Windows. We got our Falcon Northwest rack system here. This is running Ubuntu, and it's got dual RTX 5880s in it. So we're going to go back to that in just a minute. I think I messed up the yeah, I unplugged the console and plugged it back in, and the NVIDIA drivers don't tolerate that, so I just have the cursor, and I can't seem to switch terminals. Let's run the GPU benchmark. This one. There we go. 16x this time. As soon as the download finishes, we're gonna do that. But there's something interesting going on with the. I predict, could be wrong, but I predict the GPU benchmark score will be lower than 388,000 when we go from X4 to X16. We'll see if that's true, but that's my prediction. Nori SS, thank you for the $5. Do you know where? Do you know where you're missing ROPS? It's more likely than you think. Free PC check here. Yeah. Yeah. Woo! Okay, what do we got? Yeah, 375, 134. We were at 388. 388,000. With the release of Blackwell, will Ada likely see better secondhand prices? Ada secondhand prices are wild. The Ada 6000s, like we've got a bunch of Ada 6000s here in the office that we bought kind of cheap, like a year ago, year and a half ago, something like that, and almost a year ago, I guess. And now they're like $5,000 again on eBay, where they were like 2.5 or 3 or something. So they were a lot cheap. They were thousands of dollars cheaper. So, this finished yet? No. Wait, good Lord, why is it timed out? What the heck? Okay, well. It's going to gigabit speed. I don't know what to tell you. Oops. We got Steam. I guess while it's downloading, we could run Cyberpunk. This is the first time Cyberpunk's been run on this machine in a long time. The very normie pleb, thank you for the €5.99. Can you verify that the PCB only uses a single power plane immediately after the 12VHI? Not without disassembling it. A strong light and a good camera should see it. I will try, but I don't want to disassemble it for obvious reasons. Like this is actually not even a level 1 project. This is a work project. So it's like I just I happen to be piggybacking on that. Come on. Oh, temperature after the OpenGL test. Right. I forgot. But it was running the whole time. And it didn't really make any meaningful difference in the temperature. It looks like it maxed out at 53 degrees C. I have a feeling the Cyberpunk benchmark is going to be worse. The red launcher is not responding. Yeah, it's responding. It's just Cyberpunk is slow. Can you show us how to avoid error 43 on Proxmox and any video card? I have a 570. I'm getting that error on a Windows guest. Sometimes you have to create. There's different solutions to that. Sometimes you have to pass through. Like, are you passing through the audio driver? Did you make the audio thing part of a multifunction device instead of a separate PCIe device? There's some stuff for that on the forum. There's not a universal solution for it, unfortunately. Ooh. Oh, sound. Why is there sound? Oh, let's turn the sound down. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Are you guys seeing this on the stream? Did I turn that on? Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. Can you explain why the red engine is a better engine for really getting top or Unreal 5, even if it's more difficult to create on? No, not in this stream. Come on. All right. Video 3040 by 2160, graphics, ray tracing ultra, sure, whatever. Run benchmark. So this is the ray tracing ultra preset. Lol, the tearing. Yeah, I'm only capturing, I think, at 30 FPS. Oh, good lord. Yeah. Yeah, I'm only capturing at 30 FPS, so it's going to be a fair bit of tearing for it running at 120 FPS. Ish. Is this GPU going to be good for running a local LLM? This is the best GPU for running a local LLM. Any impact on the wrong slot? Oh yeah, probably. As soon as the thing's done downloading, we're going to switch slots. Yeah, keep in mind, chat, this is PCIe 5.0 X4, because I put it in the wrong slot, like a dummy. But it still did 126 FPS. So everybody remember that. Everybody take a screenshot of that. Put it on the forum. So, any other settings you want to test in here real quick while we're doing that? It's just a single 59 with 96 gigs of VRAM. Basically, yes. It does have a few more ROPs, but yes. We're also at a little bit of a disadvantage with our CPU, keep in mind, because this is a workstation CPU, Sapphire Rapids. It's probably boosting to 4.6, give or take. But 4.6 in a world of gaming CPUs that hit 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, 5.8, 4.6 is a little pokey. Oops, not that one, this one. That was an old version. All right, did this finish yet? No. What is going on? Let me have a network connection, or maybe if that's not the active thing, it's just like, eh. Yeah. Yeah. We gotta fix that. We gotta fix that, chat. We gotta fix it. I guess we'll see a restock of the 10 gig USB in the near future based on your comments, Harris. No, should be restocking soon. Most of our stuff comes from Taiwan. I've had to do some things to get things that were previously not from Taiwan instead, so it'll restock soon. Blackwell running Cyberpunk on Ultra with ray tracing. It's like strapping a rocket to a Ferrari. It's absolute overkill, but it's glorious. Thank you, Will. I appreciate that. But that was only 4 Gen 5 lanes. We're going to reboot in a second and get all the lanes going. Part of the thing here is this is running off a Minis Forum machine, so like Oculink, so you could do 4 lanes of Gen 4, so we can see how that goes as well. How about activating path tracing? That's probably a good idea. Did that get stuck? Yep. What is going on downloading from LM Studio? It's worrying. Yeah, it looks like the hottest is this hotspot. Show highest reading, 54C. GPU temperature, highest reading, 62C. 72C for memory temperature. It's about like a 5090. We apparently haven't touched the power consumption at 600 watts yet. Brandon, been a fan since I was just eyes. L1 Forums videos taught me more than my IT degree I just got. Thank you, and thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Oh, did I miss somebody? Oh, no, I did. Thank you all. Also need to test power cable tips by hands. Yeah, that's fine. I will do that in just a second. On Soul about the GPD comment. The live stream is being run by the GPD right now. I've got it on a light stand with a clamp, and then this camera is going via USB, as is the KVM. It's connected via USB as well. Please do a Blender test. We did earlier. I can again since we're just waiting for this to download. Where there it is. I've broken it. Blender benchmark. We'll run it again. I don't care. Run 900 instances of OG Doom. We could run one instance of Doom on every CUDA core. Which would you rather deploy if you had no choice? E5, 2697 AV4, or 1950X? Probably the 2697 AV4. Run a PS VR2 test with that. Maybe in a bit. I really want to switch the slots. Use Quinn. Here's the link to the GGUF on Hugging Face. That's a 235 billion parameter model. Are these officially shipping now? Yes, this is PNY retail. This is from the first retail batch. So these were locally available. The ordering was locally available in San Francisco about a month ago, and this is from the retail order from about a month ago. Nori, thank you for another $5. When are you going to upload some level 1 HVAC content with those mini splits? I'm working on building my own heat exchanger. The people that work on my stuff were supposed to give me some blower motors that they had laying around that I could use with my stuff, but I haven't gotten it yet. VR has to run all the performance on 2 screens, plus they're 4K in total, so 2K for each screen. Yeah, we're getting ready. We're downloading a model right now. But everybody's downloading a model, so downloading a model seems flaky at the moment. Yeah, those scores, the Blender scores, are a little lower than what we got earlier, but 7,800 for Monster, 4,100 for Junk Shop, and 3,900 for Classroom. Chat probably knows what we got earlier. So I'm getting ready to go to Computex. I'm going to be at Computex in a week, so that'll be fun. Thank you, a Bavarian Normie Pleb. Reference to the neighborhood home improvement. Yes, and it's obvious if you know why, but it's fine. Well, this is very exciting. I just can't wait for Rockham to catch up. I was thinking about that today. I was like, what AMD GPU do I need to buy that is like this? And 96 gigs of VRAM. What is AMD doing? You think a water block will ever come out for the 6000 or will forever be air-cooled? Probably forever air-cooled. I'm surprised that this 2-slot air cooler is as effective as it is. It is kind of unsettling. The next extension, 9160, I probably misspelled that. Ran into you at GTC and you took the time to chat. You are as, oh, thank you. No, it's fine. And if you were one of those people that was going to send me information about the stuff going on in your organization, please do. I need all the data. I need it. I have to learn. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I really enjoy learning and like putting it together and like figuring stuff out and like stumbling forward. Is like, oh yeah, blah, blah, blah. The great thing about AI is that AI is so nascent that nobody knows what they're doing with AI except for like a very relatively small group of people. So like everybody's discovering everything and everybody has huge gaps in their AI knowledge, even if they're like a brilliant AI researchers. And so that's just because it's moving so quickly and there's so much going on with it. And so everybody working on AI is both like super brilliant and also like super humble. But me, I have no idea what I'm doing. So I just try to follow smart people around and cultivate some of that talent the best that I can in the level 1 forums and with people that are working on things or in between jobs or fun employed or whatever, because they have time to work on this and download these things and do stuff. And it's like, we're literally like, these models are like downloading things from the enterprise computer from the 24th century. And you can have a little bit of the future running on your own local hardware. It is kind of, it's exciting and scary. And, you know, you get that little bit of flutters in your stomach when it's like, oh, this is one of the pieces that is gonna, you know, change the world, like not necessarily by itself, but like as part of a larger ecosystem. It's there's a lot to be excited about. There's a lot that could potentially be misused and terrible things can happen, but you know, there you go. Oh, YouTube's giving me a goal button. I'm going to click it. Yeah, pick a goal. I don't know. Yeah, 10 super chats. Sure, whatever. Set a timer, 30 minutes. We'll go for 45 minutes. Coupon codes. If you were here for the stream earlier, there's a $25 off level 1 store orders coupon. So that's, I'll post that after this thing does its thing. So yeah, well, they don't go all in and do HBM. They're customizing HBM right now to have a little bit more circuits on it for some kind of compute or reference circuit or whatever. Jensen didn't make a big deal about it, but they're trying to move some logic off of NVIDIA silicon into the HBM to make things easier, so we'll see. And okay, $50. Do you remember Dunder Salt? Yes, I remember how could I forget the Dunder? I can feel it in my taste buds right now. Anyway, did the card ship with sync cables, and do you plan to test multiple of them? Also, what drivers are there for the Linux drivers are quite good. It did not ship with a sync cable, but it did ship with a mounting bracket and the 4-up 600 watt 12V2 adapter, which is great because you can use, you should almost use the adapter if you have the older 12V connector. I would say use the adapter in the box with the standard like 8-pin, 4 of those, and just do that if your 12-volt connector is sus, because then you can blame NVIDIA if it doesn't work or catches on fire or whatever. It also had some mounting screws and some accoutrement like that, but the PNY bundle didn't come with a sync cable. So Patrick Buckley, the OG, one of those wizards on the forum that's doing some really amazing stuff. So thank you, kind sir. Samuel Kaufman, goal +1, thank you. Mark Chambers, NZ $5. Yay, goal. Okay, cool. Did it finish yet? Oh, you guys keep distracting me and I keep forgetting to click reload. That's what chat, you should tell me, like, you know, retry the download when it doesn't work. I'm trying to think if there's any other benchmarks that we could do real quick. Geekbench, we got 8064, but 8064 is not interesting from a GPU perspective. Not really. There's Afterburner. I also downloaded Clar Obscure, but it doesn't have a built-in benchmark, but I was just curious how it ran. You know where we can get brackets for AMD GPUs like Quadro, Tesla, and Instinct? Sorry, I have an RTX 7900 XTX that has holes, but nobody sells the adapters. Or yeah, I don't know where to purchase them, but it's pretty. Send Cut Send is an online service that will make brackets like that pretty cheaply. 3D printing is what we do in the office. Puget Bench. Puget Bench will be good, but it'll take a little while. How would this compare against an H100? Jensen literally said Blackwell versus H100. He's like, he shouldn't be able to give away H100s. At 400 watts instead of 600 watts, this card is twice as fast as an Ampere 6000. Not Ada, but Ampere. So if you skip a generation, literally twice as fast. And that's 400 watt limited. So I suspect at 600 watts, we're gonna have a higher benchmark. When we started streaming earlier, we were running a flops benchmark on my RTX 5880s, which are Ada generation, they're a little newer. And they were at like, 160 teraflops, give or take. And this is gonna be faster by a lot. But we gotta switch to Ubuntu for that. It's also a little problematic switching to Ubuntu because everything is super new, and the LTS version, even 25.04, the stuff's too old. So you have to download a bunch of stuff from NVIDIA, and it's a pain, and I might not be able to get that working on this stream. The official documentation has it at 4 times faster than Ada for matrix operations. Yeah, I mean, if what you're doing can do like FP8 or FP4, it is like breathtakingly, just mind-bogglingly faster. But for like FP16 and FP32 and FP64, the gains are not quite as impressive. There's gains, they're just not as mind-blowing. Oh, NIMs. We could talk about NIMs real quick. NVIDIA Inferencing Microservices. So this card comes with a license. This is, I kind of want to keep an eye on this though. This is absolutely bonkers. So NIM provides containers for self-hosted GPU accelerated inferencing microservices for pre-trained and customized AI models across cloud, data center, RTX, AI PCs, blah, blah, blah. So you can, like Docker, you can download and run stuff, do inferencing customization on this workstation or a fleet of workstations. Like say there's 12 people in your work group and you all get Blackwell RTX 6000s. Well, when you go home for the day, you can run this stuff. But this makes it like super portable to be able to run this stuff across a whole bunch of machines. But NVIDIA also will sell you cloud time really super insanely cheap. But because this is a Blackwell RTX 6000, NVIDIA gives you some licenses to get a ton of cloud compute from this. And I'm not sure how that works yet, but I'm excited by having free stuff in the cloud that I could like poke at and do stuff with. And so the NIM microservices stuff running in the cloud, you could literally use for free because you have this GPU, at least to a certain extent. Now, I'm sure if you start doing a lot of volume that will charge you, but the idea is like, well, you spent all this money on a card, we're gonna give you so much credit or so much compute in the cloud to be able to do some interesting stuff with the NVIDIA inferencing microservices. And, again, Wild West, nobody has any idea what's going on. That'll be a fun thing to play with. Ol Aldrich, thank you again. Have you heard of C-Pain PCIe Gen 5 switches? Yes. C-Pain is doing the Lord. Yeah, I really, I still want to do some of my own Gen 5 stuff, and I have some prototypes, and I would love to sell them on the Level 1 store. And things are getting cheaper, but there's not enough hours in the day. We'll be reviewing an NVIDIA DGX station. If I can get my hands on one, yeah. Download, click. Thank you. We're almost there. But yeah, this card comes with, it's like Reference blueprints. Jumpstart with blueprints. It's like build a thing. I'm going to build a retrieval augmented generation super chat thing for my internal company. There you go. Any RDMA enabled switches that you recommend? I've been experimenting with the Ubiquiti like 25/100 gig switches, and it is an interesting chipset. It's the Marvell chipset, I believe, if I remember correctly. I don't have all that information loaded in my brain right now, but it's been surprisingly capable. And surprisingly affordable. Beyond that, your only other option really for anything remotely affordable is older Broadcom Tomahawk chipsets, which have bugs and quirks and are not always well supported with like the operating system. So it's kind of like, you know, it's like you can get not a Broadcom chipset and good RDMA support and good driver support, or you can get old Broadcom and not pay, you know, 10x the price. There's trade-offs. Mostly the Ubiquiti thing's been good. Samuel Kaufman, $2 LM Studio. Oh, it's going. Thank you, Samuel Kaufman. The eBay sellers are probably hoping people mixing up RTX 6000 and RTX Pro 6000. Oh, there's RTX 6000, RTX 6000, RTX 6000, and now RTX 6000 Pro. So there's the original Quadro RTX 6000. Then there was RTX 6000 Ampere, and then there's the RTX 6000 Ada generation, and now there is Blackwell RTX 6000. And they really, for like floating point 16 and 32 and 64, there wasn't a dramatic difference between, well, 32 and 64, there wasn't a dramatic difference between Ampere and Ada, but Ampere added a lot of the smaller like FP16 acceleration and some other stuff, and I think that's what the differentiator thing was. I'm just going off the cuff here. Don't quote me on that. I don't have my notes in front of me or anything, but so I know some university like PhD researchers, and for the specific thing they're doing, which I think mostly depended on Float 32, Float FP32, not even AI stuff, there really wasn't a huge difference between Ada and Ampere, and they're actually still using Ampere. They had ordered some new systems, and one of the other departments was doing stuff with AI, and they're like, give us your Ampere GPUs, and we'll give you our Ada GPUs, because the Ada GPUs were more useful for the AI workloads. And yeah, I mean, Ada was faster for scientific workloads as well, but it was the difference between like their jobs completing in like 28 days with Ada versus 31 days with Ampere. Meanwhile, the dudes running AI workloads on Ada benefited tremendously from not being on Ampere anymore. So it just depends on what you're doing. I can't wait for Intel to release a Xeon to the Xeon Max with 100 plus cores, 5 gigahertz, and 512 gigs HBM3E. The Sapphire Rapids refresh is quite a bit better than Sapphire Rapids. I've got the 24 core version, which is only 4 memory channels, and it's great. Sapphire Rapids refresh for like a workstation, you know, all kinds of stuff. But I mean, 96 cores of Threadripper with 512 gigabytes of memory. Really, the worst thing about the Threadripper platform has been ASUS keeping up with like BIOS updates and bug fixes in their board, and it's just the platform's great, but like, come on, guys, let's get the bug fixes in. Anything in the desktop that can beat Volta and FP64. Yeah, all of those, I mean, they're incrementally faster than Volta at FP64, but not like breathtakingly so. The Blackwell might be breathtakingly faster, actually. I'm not sure. LM Studio. Oh, it's done. Hopefully it's gonna not be like, oh, I checked it and now it's terrible. All right, load the model. It's loading. Let's look at our VRAM usage, if I can. Oh, nope. Anything else we have going in the background? Maybe it was just that one source that was sketchy. really like the Unsloth models. This one is probably slightly too large, 140 gigs. I may have to go delete some things actually, because there's probably not enough space on this thing. Good old Windows, can't even launch File Explorer, because why would you want to launch File Explorer? I swear, Windows. Titan V, 6 teraflops, FP64, RTX Pro 6000, Blackwell, 2 teraflops, FP64. Oh yeah, they nerf it, right? That's the, yeah, that's unfortunate. Any sort of NV link? Nope. How much do you think the DGX station will cost retail? 2 to 3 grand. Drives one to sleep. I hope not. I need a. Oh yeah. I don't have WindorsStat installed, do I? No. What? What? This kind of like Steam. It's like, oh yes, this is obviously the best match. Hey, look at that. All right. Well, that didn't fix the one thing, but whatever. All right, this is loaded. Please write a Python. Oops. All right. Using a lot of GPU memory. 61.7 and 95.5 gig. This is running, for sure, running off of GPU, yeah. But we're not really using much of the GPU at all, 47%, 57%. So when are we adding the propane generator to set up there? It's not propane, it's natural gas. Thank you very much. Fixed layers to run all on GPU, yeah. Oh yeah, 66 of 80. We want them all to run on the model reloaded. I always forget that. Windows is so weird with this stuff. Or at least I'm just not used to it. Let's regenerate that. Yeah, we're using slightly more VRAM now. That's good. Is it? It's still loading up here. So I gotta load from the disk, and the disk is slow. I should have put more. Should have put more stuff in there. All right, I'm gonna go and grab another SSD because we're gonna need it. I'll be right back. Look, chat, we've got even more storage now. Isn't that exciting? In before the 30 terabyte. Yeah. I want to show something, but I can't yet. It's not released. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna put. Wait. Oh, it's. Oh. Right. It's not dramatically faster. Is this actually running all the layers? Yeah. This also is a disturbing, like this is a great, I know I always say this in all the videos, but a program to search for perfect numbers is, you can answer that in 5 or 6 lines of Python, but when you go deeper, it gets interesting. And then you can go deeper than that, and then you can go deeper than that, and then you can get your math PhD if you go deep enough. And so over the years, I've asked the models, and like, you know, a couple of years ago, you'd get the 5-line Python program. And now when you're like, you know, you ask the same prompt, but the AI goes into conniptions because it reasons deeper and deeper and deeper, you know, toward that like math PhD level. And it gets interesting. And it doesn't always reason correctly, but it's trying. Oh, it's trying. And so you end up with these absurdly long, it's like, wait, no, the loop runs from this to this in Python. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, perfect. Now we're gonna do it. And so like, sometimes it's just being like completely unhinged and the answer is not really useful at all. But if you read it, and this was like, you know, an undergrad student or even like your second year grad student working on this, it's like, yeah, this is somebody who's gonna make it. They're gonna get their PhD with a little bit more work and polish, and like they're not gonna wash out of the program at all. And so deeply disturbing, kind of exciting. Again, sort of the butterflies that I was talking about earlier, it's more butterflies. So we'll just let that run for a little bit. Patrick Buckley, another $5. Thank you. Don't do that. Yeah, we're only using 4 gigs of system memory. And it's like Mercenine primes, and it's like, oh yeah, we should use the Mercenine primes. And I think that's the second or third time it's fallen down the Mercenine primes rabbit hole. But yeah. And it's still going from that one prompt. I mean, I've probably used, you know, a zillion watts of electricity, so that's a lot of fun. Surprised how slow it is. Yeah, this doesn't seem like as fast as it is on Linux by any stretch. Let's look at Task Manager and see what Task Manager's doing. Yeah. Well, at least the GPU is a little bit more toward 100%. Let's check this, because I would be skeptical if this thing is, oh yeah, it does say that it's using 96% of its TDP. Wow. Let's see. Yeah, 600 watts. So, and we can adjust the range from minus 75% to plus 0%. No overclocking for you. Although I think you can turn the memory down, which will make the cores go faster. That is an option. Because it's within the same power budget. The cores get more power budget. Quinn is not really good and just sucks sometimes. Yeah, this is not the proper, like this is like the distilled models. Like this is also possibly a symptom of the distilled model. Now keep in mind this is also PCIe Gen 4. So let's shut down and let's put it in the correct slot and add a little bit more storage. and we'll see where it goes. Shunt mod it. Yeah. No, this costs more than my car. Whew, smoky toasty. The wires are not hot, chat, so that's good. The card itself is rather toasty, however. All right, where are we gonna put storage? Let's put storage right here at the bottom. And then hot. Let's see. We're just swapping the GPU. Doo-doo-doo. Gotta put it in a slot that's not got bifurcation turned on. There we go. All right. That's gonna come back on. And don't forget, we gotta switch this thing to Linux as well. I'm gonna get some water while we're booting up. Woo! So do you think the OpenCL score is gonna go up or down? I wonder if we can use Afterburner to make the fan speed 100%, because I don't really think it's ramped the fans either. Woo! All right, let's check GPU Z. Sometimes I gotta restart the KVM. Is that still coming through? Yeah, it looks all right. SLI, oh, I don't think so. 1.21 gigawatts. That's a lot of watts. VROC stripe, please. Hey, look at that. PCIe X16 by 5. All right, let's start with Geekbench. Yeah. Oh, you know, I don't want to load the model yet, though. I kind of want to download or leave it downloading, though. Yeah, all right, good. Does this thing support me telling it to store things on another drive? Like, how do I do that? That might have also helped. Where do I change that? Never figured that out and have about 60 models downloaded. I suppose you could, when you install LM Studio, you could install it to some drive somewhere. Oh well. Oh yeah. Anyway, Geekbench. All right. Here goes our Geekbench Pro score. On the left tab, there's a folder icon. That's a good idea. That's a good eye. Yep. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I wish I'd saved the other model directory, but it's okay. Let's go see if that's actually dumping it there. Looks good. Geekbench, what are you doing? 383, 343. It's a little higher, but it's not as high as 388. Thank you, YouTuber 3000. LM Studio is slow and saves files all over the place like Olama does, lol. Yeah, that's my experience as well. On Linux it runs quite a bit better, but we haven't switched to Linux yet. What was the other thing we were going to do? Oh, Cyberpunk? We're going to do Cyberpunk? Another Cyberpunk benchmark. Well, what was the score before, chat? It was 128 FPS average? Is that right? Or 118? Something like that? Soon you'll be able to download Grok v3 because when they release 3.5, they'll make v3 available to download. That'd be nice. Grok is doing pretty well. I love how Windows doesn't remember your volume preferences. It used to. They changed something. All right. Still on Ray Tracing Ultra? No, we're on Custom. How do we get on Custom? Ray Tracing Ultra. All right. Run the benchmarks. Rip headphones. What? Oh, is it picking it up from this thing? I'm sorry. Is that better? Has that fixed it, chat? My bad. Path tracing. Yeah, we're gonna do path tracing now. See, the benchmark we did earlier was without path tracing because we only were using 4 Gen 5 lanes. $127 FPS. So is this slightly better? Somebody, let me know when you've saved this, you've screenshotted it. It looks about the same. That is mind blowing that PCIe Gen 5 is that good. But also keep in mind that there's not really a lot going over PCIe Gen 5, like loading, level, stutter. This is also not one of the reasons why the Cyberpunk's built-in benchmark is not really representative of actual gameplay. And the reason that the benchmark and actual gameplay are so different is like the thing that the bus limitation kneecaps you on is when you're loading more stuff into the GPU. But with 96 gigs of VRAM, you can just put everything in the GPU. So the PCIe lanes don't quite matter as much, mostly, sort of, kinda. Even at 4K, even with all the other stuff. All right, so let's turn on path tracing. That's all I gotta do, right? I don't have to do anything else. 126 for 126.13, yeah, so not a huge difference. 4 at 5.0 is the same as 16 at 3.0, that is correct. Mozambique seems to have some sort of like vendetta against Linux. No one has been discussing Linux. This is literally Windows. Like, what's your problem? Like, what personal hangups do you have that you have to make everything about Linux code? One 100 FPS with path tracing is pretty good, right? Path tracing without DLSS? All right, we'll do the next run with that. He's thinking of PewDiePie. Steam OS with the Blackwell RTX 6000. Oh, there's not enough hours in the day. All right, 92.54 with path tracing. This is auto resolution scaling with no frame generation. So what was the DLSS? This is the LSS performance for sure. Okay, so let's do off, right? Off, high, ray tracing, path tracing, whatever. Okay. This might be a combination of settings too, where we have to restart Cyberpunk. It doesn't always correctly tell you. It still looks glitchy. Well, no, what you're seeing is frame tearing. I'm doing the capture that we're doing for the live stream is only at like 30 FPS because, so, well, this should look a lot better since it's the 30 FPS. Dual GPU with one used for lossless scaling frame generation. I mean, Gemma 3, 27 billion, Q0 with the deep learning and reasoning of full context will fill that cards. Yeah, the context window, that is a good point. Like having more VRAM for the longer context window is actually very nice. Smooth as butter from the fridge. It's quite cinematic. Oh, that's a fair bit of frame tearing there. I don't know if you can see that in the capture, because like how I'm capturing this and sending it to you is a whole other level of jank. So yeah, 30 FPS, give or take. Yes, AI experiments is probably good. All right, so let's close this. Let's go back here. This seems to be doing a lot better job downloading now that it's going to a medium that actually has enough room for stuff. It's going to take us a little bit of time to do that, but oh yeah, let's rerun the Blender benchmark as well. Because remember, the Blender benchmark was also limited to 4 lanes. And I actually don't know off the top of my head if Blender is sending a lot of stuff over the bus, or if it just preloads everything onto the GPU so that the GPU can do it. It should. I don't see any reason why Blender shouldn't preload everything onto the GPU so the GPU doesn't have to ask the system for anything. That seems like an optimization that the Blender people could make if it's not doing that. But it's probably doing that. So 5 lanes versus 16 lanes, probably not a huge difference. So PyTorch, does it work? On Linux, yes. But you should probably hit up the forum because the versions that you get from even Ubuntu 25.04 are too old for Blackwell. Run Mistral small 3.1, 24 billion with local calling and VLLM, and then we can make all the VRAM to good use. Any ROPs missing? No. Can you roughly explain the logic steps that AI has to make to go from undergrad to PhD level reasoning about perfect numbers? It's really just model size and training, probably the input data set. Like there's a bajillion factors that go into it. And perfect numbers is also a thing that is obscure enough that there's probably not a ton of information on it on the internet, and I doubt anybody is gaming the benchmark. So like Meta got caught gaming the benchmarks. Like they looked at the benchmarks that the larger LLM organizations do, not like they do it formally, not randos like me. And they really put a lot of work into making sure that the next version of their stuff could really address all of the types of things in the benchmark. And for me, the perfect numbers thing has been a benchmark because it's kind of obscure and it's kind of weird, and it's, you know, you can go really super far deep down the rabbit hole. And so I don't think that DeepSeek and Meta and all of the people working on the different models are adding in specific training and optimizations for perfect numbers. And because of that, I think that it's a reasonable benchmark to know how sophisticated and how like detail oriented, for lack of a better way to describe it, some of the models are getting about organizing the information that's going into them as far as training goes. There's probably also not a lot of like bad information out there on perfect numbers. And so that's why I think that it's interesting. Benchmark complete, 8,006. Can you guys all see that? How does that look? Does it look good? It's a little bit more than what you need. Maybe if you find an odd perfect number, you would be super rich. I think that's probably Fields Medal territory. Is the method to get the RTX 6000 Blackwell similar to the method to get the 5090 working on Linux? Yes. Hello, GNIF. Look, Blackwell. Ah, it's crazy. Blackwell also supports vGPU on Linux. So if you're willing to pay NVIDIA for a subscription, or color outside the lines a little bit, these professional GPUs will let you run multiple instances. Serve the Home, Storage Review. Storage Review just did a tutorial on setting up vGPU on Proxmox, modern version of Proxmox. And so like one GPU, you can actually subdivide it. This is a thing they charge money for, but you can do that with a Blackwell RTX 6000. You can do it with the older ones too. It's about the same as the first run. Yeah, so Blender is doing the optimization thing where they load everything onto the GPU and then boom, it works. It's really good. All right, is there anything else we want to do on Windows before we want to switch to our Falcon Northwest 96 core Threadripper machine? Anything else we want to do on Windows at all? So are you happy with the GPU or is it average? It's definitely not average. It is far and away, it's just an absurd GPU with 96 gigabytes of VRAM and 600 watts. Like it's just utterly absurd. Can we go to Linux pretty please? We can go to Linux right after this model finishes downloading and we run some tests on it. But LM Studio is being a little uncooperative tonight. Can it run Crisis? If anything can run Crisis, this can run Crisis. Oh, this is LM Studio. It's like Olama. Did the AMD BIOS guys ever explain why you can't use PCIe AER and chipset PCIe lanes? No. That's a good question, though. I think you can, but I think it's not enabled by default for some reason. And they don't want you to turn it on. Good morning from down under. Hello, and thank you for joining us on the live stream. Oh, did we do the... Oh, no. We're almost there. Woo! Do you think not enough RAM? I was surprised the 5090 only had 32 gigs. I thought the 5090 was going to have 48 gigs of VRAM. This has 96, so. Well, for Gemma, I made a memory extension that feeds chat history back to context and then added RAG to allow Gemma at will. Internet search and browsing history. It's the best model I've found. You should do a write-up of that on the forum and share it, because that might be something I could turn into a video. And that might be something somebody else adopts and uses. I'm using a 7 billion parameter model at home with a Home Assistant and like a common set of tasks and just like intent filtering. It's like, I need to do this thing with Home Assistant. It's like, when was the last time the sprinklers went off? Or, hey, did we turn off all the lights in the garage? Is there a water leak? You know, is the alarm set? but the water running, which is a sign there's a leak or a toilet is on when it shouldn't be on or something like that. And you can take the model and just say it's like you ask these kinds of questions and the intent is read from these sensors. And you can also make the model really smart so that like every 15 minutes or every 30 minutes it looks at the state of the system, and it looks at the state of the system over the last 24 hours. And it's like, hey, if no one has been home in 2 days because, you know, it's been you know, a trip or whatever, is there any unusual state in the, you don't have to necessarily explicitly program it, you can just sort of conversationally talk to it and say, these are unusual states, or this is how this works. And it's a little janky, but relatively small model works great for those kinds of things. And so I think that yeah, it's almost done. I think that once people get used to having that kind of facility, they're gonna, like, it's great. It's pretty great having that kind of thing in your life that is also not reporting to the cloud and not, you know, it doesn't answer to Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk or Satya Nadella or, you know, whoever. It's yours. It's running on your hardware, which is amazing. Any other? Let's see. Hopefully running on an RTX 4000 SFF. That's what mine's running on, and 20 gigs of VRAM is plenty, and there's still enough left over for transcoding and everything else. The context gets a little long sometimes, but it's fine. That's why I don't like LM Studio. It does send your data out. That's disappointing. I'm glad that I don't use it except on streams. You prefer hard-coded and fast rules. Well, see, that's the thing. You can, so like Node-RED is a thing, and you can use a different LLM to write the rules so that you get an alert. But you can also just talk to it. It's like, hey, wait, was there a thing? It's like, hey, wait, did something like this happen? It's pretty great. It is the intent component of it is just an interface to traditional code. So it's not like the AI is really running the show. The AI is really just trying to figure out which action among a billion different complicated actions that you're trying to do. Think of it like Microsoft Excel. Like if you're doing Microsoft Excel, you know, there's a button for merge and centering cells. There's a button for doing complex equations. There's a button for graphing, and the menus are all organized. And if you know Excel and you know where to click on the thing to get the thing, and then you get an icon, and it might be 2 or 3 clicks in, but you can find it. Whereas sometimes it's like the thing that you want to do in Excel, you can just say in a sentence, and that is less complicated than memorizing the menus or clicking on the thing or digging into it or doing something at the terminal. You just talk to it. So it's the same kind of thing. It is traditional programming, but with an LLM on top of it to figure out what your intent is to access the traditionally programmed thing. NIMs are just container images. No need for SRIOV when you have NVIDIA Container Toolkit. That is true. That is an important thing to understand. Containers, the way that NVIDIA has done CUDA is amazing because all of the advantages of like being able to slice and dice the GPU to multiple tenants, you can do that with CUDA and containers, not like virtual machines. What I was talking about earlier was virtual machines and VFIO and like how we do that. But some of you may be thinking, like, well, no, I just want to run services. The NIM microservices is great because you can do small scale stuff on your $10,000 96 gig GPU locally, but then you can push that to the cloud and get stuff done at scale from NVIDIA, but it's the same containers, it's the same infrastructure, it's the same locally as it is remotely, which is great. That is how it should be from a developer standpoint. And it's also a safe sandbox. You can do all the safe sandbox stuff on your own hardware, but then if you need to scale it or you build something amazing, you can. I think NVIDIA long-term has plans to turn that whole thing into a marketplace or something so that you can build your own inferencing microservices thing as a developer, and then it turns into an app store for good AI to do these things. Maybe, maybe not, but we'll see. 34 network intrusions detected, mains power fluctuated below 115 volts. Yeah, I've got an Eaton smart power distribution bar, and it does those things as part of it. And it's wild to notice the stuff from that. And it's like, hey, were there any anomalies? And it's like, yes, the weather said there was a storm, and also the power went out 5 times. Any info about Radeon Pro W9000? Nope, I got 0 info. It's kind of wild. There's so many people here, and like you guys are hanging out and chatting and blah, blah, blah. And this model's almost done downloading. I should have downloaded more, but it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. You just gave someone $1 million idea with a good AI marketplace. And being able to download and run it locally on your own hardware. That is the only way to be safe. And even then, you know, the thing that you're using to download it and run it may not be 100% trustworthy. I'm trying to chat with you while we're waiting for the download. I'm trying to engage with the chat. You know, it's got to be good, right? Cool thumb ball. Yeah. 2 minutes. Woo! Use Docker models. Yeah. I got here kind of late. What's going on? We got a Blackwell RTX 6000, 96 gigs of VRAM. First on Windows, then on Linux. I got my Falcon Northwest 56-core Intel Xeon system here. We played some Cyberpunk earlier. And I got my 96-core Threadripper system. These are on 2 different electrical circuits, because if they were on the same circuit, we'd have problems. This is the dual RTX 5880 in the Threadripper system, and the Blackwell RTX 6000 is over here. So this is 600 watts of GPU versus 600 watts of GPU. Because the 5880s are only 300 watts each. 46 seconds. Oh, I think LM Studio is okay. Somebody was saying that, or no, somebody was saying LM Studio does send stuff. Maybe the stuff you type in, I don't know. Maybe it's analytics, I don't know. Did a video on the model connection to Home Assistant. This sounds super interesting. I haven't. It's hard to do because it's kind of personal, and I kind of want to do it again, clean room, because it's been evolutionary. And when it's evolutionary, it's like, oh, here, you can do it, and then it's like, no, you can't. You need this shell script. You need this thing. You need this other thing. I've also done some bad things as far as like one of the intent. Well, more than one of the intents. A couple of the intents can run some shell scripts as root, and I am 100% sure that those are not hardened, but they're convenient, but they're not hardened. And so it's kind of like, Home Assistant is also evolving a lot to support these kind of, like if you've done anything with like Node-RED and Home Assistant, oh, it's a whole different world now. And so like some of my stuff is dated and wrong versus like how you're supposed to do it in a modern world. I guess I'm the only eGPU nerd here. But we tested this at PCIe Gen 5 by 4 lanes. Like that's a totally plays into eGPU nerdery, because you can run it externally over an Oculink Gen 4. You can do 8 lanes for Oculink at Gen 4, and it looks like the card will perform fine. That's the same bandwidth as 4 lanes of Gen 5, so probably fine. Did you need to use a speech-to-text engine or give the AI your input? Yes. I think I did that with Whisper and Python, but you can also just type to it. So I've got it on Tailscale, and I can just type to it. But I can also just use text-to-speech on my phone, and then that also works fine. Hey, look at that. All right, let's load the model. Actually, let's check. Let's load the whole thing. Can I load the whole thing? How big was it? I forgot how big it was. It was 140 gigs. Let's do 40. Let's see how this goes. Can you guys see that? Is that loading? Yeah, you can see it. Does the RTX 6000 use the NVIDIA power connector? Yes, it does. Or is it doing something saying no? It's the same connector. You'd be happy to know that we were running this earlier for like 10 or 15 minutes. Card at 600 watts, card super hot to the touch, and the wire is not warm at all. But that's an Air Falcon Northwest system, so I expect that Falcon will have put together a system that is not going to suffer from those kinds of things because Falcon Northwest. One eGPU question I have is if I have a 5090M laptop and I connect an RTX 6000, can I use both GPUs for AI inferencing? On Linux, you certainly can. On Windows, it might be a little sus. But it might also be fine on Windows. But on Linux, works fine. Llama.cpp, well, even OLLAMA, you might have to export the model file on Llama, but you can actually tell, like, the slider there that you saw in the GUI, it's like, how many layers do you want to run on the GPU? You can do those kind of parameters, and it's like, you want the KV cache and all the context and all that to run on your fastest GPU, but then the models, you can have some layers on one GPU, some layers on the other, and they can talk to each other over the bus or something. It is possible to do that. This thing has two RTX 5880s in it, and I've got llama.cpp working with that just fine. And it's easy to balance the load because it's two GPUs, it's two 48 gig GPUs. And so it's an equal balance, and so that works really well. Yay! Oh, failed to load the model. Okay, so not enough layers on CPU. Oh, it automatically fell down to 27. Performance? Oh, we could probably get a few more layers on there. It's trying, chat. It's still running. Yeah, I'm trying to achieve liftoff. No, I normally use Linux, the database, not Windows, but we're doing testing in Windows. Is there another Windows option that you can suggest? Ollama? Ollama's better on Linux than Windows. Ollama's llama.cpp is also, I prefer to just run llama.cpp from the Git repository on Linux. Ooga Booga has a self-contained portable version that's fun to play with. Yeah, but is it newer? What is this doing? The bar is getting closer to the end, I think. Pretty sure, yeah, there it goes. We got up to 72 gigs of RAM. Oh, okay, it loaded, I think. That's not bad considering the model is running. This is a 140 gigabyte model, 140.6, and it is running on a combination of CPU and GPU. So this is only 23% loaded on the GPU and 35% loaded on the CPU. But we are using 72 gigabytes of VRAM, which still gives us a reasonable, we get 20 gigs of VRAM for context, so that's not terrible. 91 gigs of memory. Shh, 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 shh. Does the model run better when you say please? It's the Terminator thing. It's like, oh, when the Terminators show up, it's like, this guy always said please. It's like, they didn't murder me. That's great. So, that's not terrible. Let's download a smaller model. Let's see. What was it? Doing the Gemma 27 billion parameter model. No, that's 23 days ago. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one, isn't it? That also has an absurdly huge context. Have you tested a modded 4090 with 48 gigs? Not personally. Well, I got some hands-on time with one, and it was pretty interesting. But you know, at $3,500, you're probably better off getting a secondhand Ampere or Ada 6000. Try a Q8 72 billion or something or other. Like, give me something to do the thing. It's like, what is it? What is it called in LM Studio? Since generating Mersenne primes is computationally intensive, there's only a limited number of them, about 50 known. Perhaps for practical purposes, finding those via known exponents. And then it's like, oh, we could use the GIMPs project. It's like the AI is aware of the GIMPs project. It's again, rabbit holes. It's just rabbit holes all the way down. Interested in doing some LLMs on Kubernetes as content. That's my day job. And if you want some enterprise gen AI content, that would, I would, if you want to hit me up in the forum or post something like that, I can probably just plug what you're doing and show it as like, hey, these people are doing this kind of interesting thing as a day job. That's great. You know, post that on the forum and show that. And sure, like, I'm getting ready to go to Computex. I'm going to be gone next week, but I think that'll be, that kind of content is interesting because people are, it's like, oh, we can do this with Kubernetes. Anyone running a mixture of experts model, how well do they perform on something not akin to an H100, 200 SXC? I've got some MI210s, 64 gigs, and they're fantastic. And ROCm has come light years in the last year or two, but AMD's developer blog has also improved things tremendously, so a lot of exciting things there, but obviously NVIDIA still has all the inertia, at least for client stuff. because MI210s is like, oh, that's a data center thing. It's like, oh, I'm going to go rent some time from Lambda Labs or something. And it's like, yeah, there you go. Oh, it's almost done with Gemma. They have the inertia for now. That is correct. All right, let's stop this. And let's switch to, oh, it's finishing the download. Will the RTX 6000 be the best option for a consumer, someone who doesn't want to buy a whole data center just to run powerful models? No, the 5090 is for consumers, especially if you can get it for $2,000. 5090 for $2,000 is a steal for AI stuff if what you're doing fits in 32 gigs of VRAM. Or you can do like we did with LM Studio, and like a 48 billion parameter model will run okay. It's just that most of it is going to run on your GPU, not all of it, and the rest of it is going to run on your beefy, powerful Threadripper CPU. That's an option. You can totally do that. That's fine. Maybe there'll be a 5090 Super with 48 gigs, but it'll probably be disproportionately expensive if there is. And this is the kind of card you buy where you're earning a living using it 5, 6, 8 hours a day. Like, that's why it's priced the way that it is. Well, that's fast. Notice how this one just immediately went into code. This also is not thinking about, yeah. So this model didn't think anything about 55 tokens per second. Oops. This model is not thinking about Mercenine primes or GIMPs or anything like that, but this is a reasonable algorithm, and that was fast. 55 tokens a second. Oh, let's double check the model configuration to make sure. Yeah, everything was running on the GPU, so that's great. I found that on some models, if you threaten it, you'll get a better answer. Yeah. What models are your go-to for workloads? I like Gemma. I like DeepSeek. I've been running DeepSeek, the full 600 billion parameter, just on CPU, on a dual 32 core Epic Zen 5 Epic system that has 1.5 terabytes of memory. The trick with the 600 billion parameter model on a 2-socket system is to hack llama.cpp to load 2 copies of DeepSeek, 1 for each socket, and then it doesn't have to do any cross-socket communications, but it can run in parallel across 2 sockets. That's a pretty good speed hack. You can get up to around 10 to 12 tokens per second, give or take, just running purely on CPU with that. And that's at Q8, which is what the model is natively when they ship it. So, yeah, fun times, but very nice. Okay, let's, what else do we need to do? Is there anything else we need to do on Windows? So you need at least 2 terabytes of RAM, one in each socket to do that. 1.5 terabytes total, 768 gigs in each socket, because it's a 600 billion parameter model. So 12 memory channels, it works out perfectly with 1.5 terabytes. What's the best model for my 890M with 32 gigs of system memory? Probably a 14 billion parameter model at the most complicated. I think there's a 14 billion parameter Gemma model. Depends on what you're doing. If you're doing coding and things, depends. All right, so are we ready to go to Linux? Go back to Linux? Back to the future? See if it can track me. How much context do you get with that though? What kind of inference tokens per second? You mean with the CPU? If you add one GPU to the system so the KV cache can live on the GPU, a 48 gig GPU will give you plenty of context and plenty of KV cache. Doing it without that is somewhat painful. There's a thread about that on the forum. You should check it out. We've done a whole bunch of different combinations. It's really, really interesting stuff. Let's submit one more. Somebody pinged me and was like, hey, the GPU Z thing I submitted was for before the driver was loaded. Oops. Hey, GPU doesn't really have anything. Yeah, it's fine. There you go. All right. Now we're going to switch to Linux. Oh, right. Linux has been running over here the whole time, but it's on the struggle bus a little bit. Come on, Linux. Okay, we'll just force it off, it's fine. Woo! Blackwell. It's so shiny. So here's one of our RTX 5880s. That's what we use in our videos and the tests that you see on the level 1 forums and like the stuff that we get into on the level 1 forums. That's what this is the system that it's running on. And our second RTX 5880. And then I've got my E1 adapter for storage and everything else. All right, in the Blackwell goes. Let me just double check my connections here. Yeah, look, 600 watt connector. Falcon Northwest takes care of you. Now, chat, we're gonna have some problems here when we hook this up, I think. I don't think that I've got a new enough driver installed for this. My suspicion is that the driver is not new enough. We'll see. So we might have several reboots and some, you know, just hours more chill stream in our future. It's untelling. Also, you gotta put the cover on. You can't run the cover, can't run without the cover in this situation because you need the airflow. You really need the airflow. Well, I suppose I could add a fan. It's not good to run without the airflow. I made this, when I was running 128 gig DIMMs, I made this baffle to keep the DIMMs cool. I had to send those back though. I could not keep those. Those were quite pricey. There we go. It'll just have to do. All right, let's catch up on the chat. What did I miss? I love Scotch. Do more live streams. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Melty power connector time. No, the power connectors have been fine. Please be careful hyping a manufacturer of a system regarding a 600 watt connector. No PSU or cable can connect the... That is true, you should be careful. It is worrying, a very worrying situation. But I think I'm glad that we haven't seen more issues than we have, if that makes sense. Did I plug in the cable? I did, didn't I? Yeah, look at that. Woo! Are you turning into a React streamer now? Yeah, we're reacting to OMG. This thing is wacky. Oh, it posted in safe mode. Interesting. My DRAM. It didn't train my DRAM. That's okay. Save changes and reset. We'll try that post one more time. I think this is more IRL than React, really. Should just go up to 48 volts. Yeah, 48 volts is probably the way. Also, I don't mind, like, why can't we just have Phillips head lugs, like just 2 copper lugs on the side of the GPU? Like, let me just screw in some terminals. Give me some, like 4 or 6 gauge copper wire. I can just screw it into some terminals on the GPU and all these problems will go away. Has everybody in chat seen the meme, how do you get the red light to go off on the grounding bar? And it's not a red light. It's a nut that's glowing red because it's so hot. Which is very, very bad. A very bad thing to see on a grounding bar or a neutral bar. Hey, it's a thing. Yeah, it doesn't know. It doesn't know what we got going on in here. What was it called? It's called something. That's all I need, right? And then it'll grab the dependencies. I forget. Chat, would you like to see how fast Windows is with the 5880, just for comparison? Like OpenCL and that sort of stuff, because it's probably going to take us a little bit to get Ubuntu working. Activation failed. Connection failed. We got to build the kernel. Just upgraded a Tandy Coco from 16 to 64K of RAM. This is a bit more powerful. Yes. Just to... Is that all we need? That's probably all we need. I think. Pretty sure. Let's find out. What are my desktop environments of preference? Mostly Arch. Hang on one second, chat. I will be right back. Woo, chat. No, that doesn't look good, does it? Still doesn't know what the GPU is? What's going on? Yeah, 575. Okay. Interesting. There's not a newer one. It's interesting because the Windows driver version 570 was okay. I love Scotch. What are you using for the camera and mic setup? It is the DJI Action Pocket, whatever. Action Pocket 3, Osmo Action 3, one with the built-in gimbal. It's surprisingly good. I wonder if I'm gonna have to run that. I gotta do the guide that I wrote on the forum. I don't remember what those steps are. Oh, that's 570 even. Huh. I'm surprised that Canonical would not have, I mean it's 570.144, but I'm kind of surprised that Canonical would not have dealt with that already. Okay. Pocket 3, not Action. Yes, that's it. That's it. Reportedly, the open source kernel works for this, while others are having similar issues with the 575 proprietary. Yeah, you got to use the GPL driver. That's the. I remember that from the guide that I wrote for the 5090. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do bad things here. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. And we got to reboot one more time to make that happy. No, don't do the run one. Add the NVIDIA repo instead. Let me live dangerously, just a little bit. Just die a little bit. Does bad things happen immediately, or does bad things happen once I go to get CUDA? Samuel Kaufman, $2. Linus Torvalds said it best. I know exactly what you're talking about. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Buckley, don't hide. It's fine. It's fine. I'm like, what are we cooking up here? We're trying to get RTX 6000 working on Linux. We're just sort of vibing and hanging out, and I'm answering questions, and we're just having us a good old time. No reason in particular. Oh, just updating to run things becomes a manual process. Yeah, but this distro, I'm probably gonna nuke this at some point. Mr. Colonel tanked. What are we doing here, fellas? I don't know what it's doing. Any good packaging software for creating installers for software, maybe even big software for offline archival. The one, is it Nullsoft? Used to have a free one. The people that did Winamp way back in the day, and then they were like, "Oh, all the Windows installers suck. Let's do our own." All right, I'm getting very impatient. Oh, look at that. There we go. Fixed forever. That's just a happy little accident. No melty power cable smells. No, it's not even a little bit warm. The card's warm. This is a great case. I've also got the 5U version of this case, which I like a little bit better. The 5U version of this case has two enormous fans in the front, but you can also mount the AIO like in the middle of the case, which is pretty awesome. Silverstone's got some cool stuff. Do our own level 1 Linux distro. That sounds like a great way to spend a lot of time not really accomplishing anything. Did you know that there is technically an NVIDIA Windows driver for ARM? Yes, I talked about it in the video I did with Steve like 2 weeks ago. Is there a thing to make a... Cable likely won't give in without a working driver since the card can't draw. Now that's good. No, this is a Silverstone case that's been customized for Falcon Northwest. So the 5U version that I have is also from Silverstone. So it's got a lot of the same quality of life features, but it's 5U instead of 4U. You can also run dual power supplies since you got 5U to work with, which is pretty awesome. Thanks to you, I got a Falcon Northwest frag box. Great machine. Well, I'm glad that you are happy with it. Have I murdered my SSD? Is that what's happened here? Did I just kill it? No, there we go. What LLM can run on a modded 48 gig 4090D? Well, literally anything that'll fit in 48 gigs of VRAM. You could run a BF16 32 billion, well, be close, 32 billion parameter model. You can run anything that fits 48 gigs of VRAM. And the 4090 is fast. Did you buy the 6000 card? Technically, yes. I'm still working out some details, but yeah. I borrowed it from somebody that bought it, and they're like, well, you can just buy it. And so it's like, okay, I'll buy it. Oh yeah, GNF had the old school cables melt. Like the standard PCIe 8 pin, it had a standard PCIe 8 pin to a dual pigtail into one GPU, melted. There's some wicked pictures of that somewhere on the internet. I've broken it, chat. 70 billion at 4-bit, yeah. I forgot to uninstall the other one. Crap. Oopsie. I love Scotch $2 to seeing X post getting AMD GPU running USB 4 over PCIe. Are you having trouble getting it running? It should work over USB 4. I usually test the Radeon 7 over USB 4, which is like the most problematic GPU to get working over USB 4. And I figure if the Radeon 7 works, literally anything else should work. When are we getting recall, but for Linux? You can build that yourself. Like that's like a shell script, and like you can totally do that right now on your own. That's a you know, you can bring your cheat sheet to the final kind of a thing. You can totally do that. If we increase the voltage to decrease the amperage usage of the GPU, there wouldn't be a need for too many thick wires. Well, it's funny that you say that because we were talking about 48 volt interfaces earlier. And that honestly is probably the next logical step. Do I not have any terminals here? Okay. How did you acquire the RTX Pro 6000? It was ordered in San Francisco from an office supply company. It is PNY, so. And it was ordered about a month ago, give or take. This probably won't work. Oh, apt purge, yeah. Yeah, that is, I did forget to do that. I can't multitask. Great. 550? Yeah. There's a forum thread on people ordering RTX 6000 Pro cards. That is correct. Any thought on the 10 torrent stuff? Ian, Tech Potato, has interviewed all of the people over there and has a lot of thoughts. So you should check out Tech Potato. Sorry, we failed. So what we can do is put a GPU in the Windows system and then SSH in and then solve all our problems. This is why I use Arch BTW. Arch is what's running on the little mini PC that is doing this live stream, which it's getting kind of late anyway, and I'm probably gonna, it's 10:24, good Lord. Probably gonna go soon. No, no, no love. I can't remember how to do this. Phase change memory? Optane is a kind of phase change. Oh, I'm an idiot. There we go. Yes. Things are looking better now. Well, somewhat better. I do apt purge NVIDIA -star. I have to admit, this is a lot easier on Arch. Would an Optane drive be a decent Windows OS drive? There is, in fact, no better Windows OS drive. At least the big one. I love Scotch. Give me another $2. AMD GPU driven over USB 3 IE via as media ASP. That's USB 4. USB 3 is not functional enough to. USB by itself, GPU is not. It's not like I don't fully follow. That might be a forum thread. You can feel free to at me in the forum thread. That will be completely fine. That is a bunch of crap. There we go. Firmware is installed, which I don't care about. Firmware server. Kernel common 575, that's probably what I want to remove. I probably should rerun the run file. One more time, huh? Because 570.144, I believe, is the one that I was expecting. But we shall see. So how's everybody else doing on this Saturday night? There's a lot of you here, which is weird. Hello, welcome. We're just hanging out. Just like hanging out every now and then. Because why not? Yeah, I'm with you. I bought a used 3090 a year ago, and it's been great. There's a couple people on the forum. There's one guy that traded a 4090. I guess there was a 4090 in stock at his local micro center, and he traded it. I think it was for an EVGA 3090 Ti. Somebody had a 3090 Ti. It was like just straight up even trade. Well, I might have gave him $100 or something. I don't know, but it's basically an even trade. 3090 Ti for 4090. And the reason is because he already had a 3090 Ti, and with the bridge, they gave him a 48 gig GPU. It's like two 3090s bridged together, 48 gigs. Now this has been, probably a year ago, but I wish they hadn't gotten rid of NVLink because that's a pretty slick trick. Watching somebody else struggle with NVIDIA drivers for once. Yeah. It do be like that. Got hot plugging Thunderbolt GPU working my Ryzen Linux desktop. I use hot plug Thunderbolt GPU with my GPD Win. It works great. I don't use the Oculink connector as much as I would like to because it's not hot plug, and I'm worried about accidentally breaking it. So it's like when I retire my GPD Win, that's probably when I'll use Oculink for real. But we'll see. NVLink was amazing. It was indeed. I'm really hoping you end up doing something with the HDMI DP handshake process. That would be incredibly useful. Well, can you elaborate on that a little bit? Because I've already done a lot with that. Like I've sort of pushed it to the limit already. Really channeling Linus Torvalds at this point. All right. 5 subs if we boot into the NVIDIA driver. 5 subs. But can I get 5? No, we did not. We did. That is the forbidden kind of stream. We do not do that here. Oculink as a connector is a bit too flimsy in my experience. Yes, it's designed for use inside a server. It's not designed for hundreds or thousands of insertions. Which Threadripper motherboard would you recommend for a Workstation Threadripper 7970X? I just want to have a server for my whole family, blah, blah, blah. I like the Gigabyte AI board for the X because they're doing something different. Both the Asus and the ASRock board have been very stable in my experience. I have 2 32-core X CPUs and one 64-core X CPU that AMD sent me. and they are spread, like there's basically one of every kind of motherboard. I don't have the Gigabyte AI Tops motherboard. They said they were going to send it, and then they didn't, and I was like, I should buy it, and I just never got around to buying it. But I get the Gigabyte, the non-AI Gigabyte board, and it's fine. It's a good pairing with the 24 or the 32 core. For 64 cores, you need the Asus or the ASRock, especially if you're going to do PBO. But there's a couple server class Threadripper boards as well. There's no PBO with those. Those are great if you're going to put them in a rack case with proper rack airflow as well. Supermicro, I think, even has one. Is there Oculink over fiber? That is a good question. I'm not sure. It's doing this again, which is annoying. Oh no. Oh. It turns out that is actually an Asus BIOS bug, which was fixed about 3 weeks ago. I just haven't updated the BIOS. Have you blacklisted the NVIDIA module? Did you remove it from the blacklist? I did. Seems like I'm in a different space than the cool, nostalgic looking office. No, we're in the, this is one of the project rooms in the cool, nostalgic looking office. There's a crazy door behind me that's been recently repainted and is missing its hardware, but it's got the 100-year-old milk glass in it. Not milk glass, but it's like the wavy pattern glass thing. Cough, cough, NVIDIA app repo. Oh yeah, I forgot. That is a thing, isn't it? Right. Right. Can you paste that for me, maybe with some spaces so YouTube doesn't eat it? Maybe. You just paste things into the terminal. I can write a little script. It's like anything that Mr. Buckley says goes directly into the shell. Can an army of redstone Minecrafters in a digital twin replace actual engineers in reality? What kind of problems can we brute force this way? They're not. I think that that was a thing that I said, but I think that the thing that's interesting there is that the redstone Minecrafters, if they have a path to learn the engineering necessary to do that, they will. And the reason that I say that is some of the people that have built like the 68,000 Motorola CPU in Minecraft had to learn, like, I don't know, RTL or Verilog or whatever it was that this, like, they had to learn a lot. It's like, oh yeah, we can just make some transistors and do the thing. It's like, oh, we can make a pattern to do this and then, you know, follow it through and that sort of thing. So when the LLM is competent enough to know building codes and details and that sort of thing, whether on the NVIDIA side, something that Ansys or Cadence or whoever implements as part of their design rules, or if we gamify it to make it like that as part of the game. Think about how grindy some of these survival sims are. There has to be a crossover point. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's going to happen in my lifetime. Maybe sooner rather than later, maybe. I think the YouTube comments might have filtered a URL. Oh, Discord, right. Let's see. What do we got going on here? Yeah, all right. So what we're doing, chat, is we're going to do it the NVIDIA way. What is going on here? Stop that. Okay, I already have that. Come on. Then I need NVIDIA Open and CUDA drivers. Okay, I think that's probably gonna work. Maybe, possibly. Woo! Live stream. I wasn't paying attention to the Discord at all. It was like 12 people were like, "Ah, you're streaming." I don't stream a lot, but I thank you for hanging out. What's the best distro for a mainstream gamer? Chat, what do you think about Bazite? I don't use Bazite a lot, but I do like Fedora. Remember a long time ago, I had a lot of really amazing Fedora. I also like the work that Glorious Eggroll does to try to push things forward. Which, you know, they maintain Nobara, which is also good, but Bazite, I think, has got a lot of inertia behind it. I've also, the reason I like Arch is because a lot of the inertia from Steam seems to come to Arch first, and SteamOS, the whole SteamOS Arch relationship is nice as well. Insane Gaming says that Bazite is bad on NVIDIA. That's interesting. We've had mixed reports on the forum. We've had some people with NVIDIA on Bazite that have been very complimentary of it. Don't forget to delete the Xorg configuration and run the... Oh, right, yeah. Actually, I told it not to do that, but it might have anyway. I'm on Nobara 42 since 39. Yeah, it's taking pretty good care of you, I take it. Why has he not done NVIDIA SMI yet? I did do NVIDIA SMI like an hour ago. Were you not here? Get Asus to help out on the Asus G14 and its sleep issue, please. So I get the G1A. It's not the G14, but I get the G1A. And with, there's a couple patches to the kernel. It's like 6.13, 6.14, 6.13, I think. The sleep issues are a lot better. One of the things you need to do right now is rmmod the 7539 or whatever it is, the MediaTek driver. You need to rmmod that before the system goes to sleep, because it's not going to be able to connect to the Wi-Fi anyway after it wakes up, and then after it wakes up you can mod probe the Wi-Fi. Fortunately, the way that module is written, you can remove and insert the module very quickly. So, but I've been very, like the G I've got a video coming out on the G14A, and on Linux, it's like the laptop from the future. And on Windows, it can be the laptop from the future, but the software lags behind a little bit. Like I've got the 128 gig version, and it's mind blowing, but the software is not quite there yet because it doesn't, like the whole shared memory thing on Windows as a software thing is a little rough around the edges. But if you get past that, then it really is, as promised, like just an incredible piece of hardware. Like 16 cores, 128 gigs of RAM, and a 3.5-pound package. Like, wait for the review. Well, the review's basically done. It's probably published next week. It's sort of insane. Okay, are we ready to reboot? Is it time to reboot? Reboot, right? I should just let Mr. Buckley do this. It's like, here you go, remote in, it's all good. ChatGPT is good at Nick scripting. We helped somebody out on the forum that wanted to benchmark their NVMe, and ChatGPT provided an FIO script that wrote to the raw NVMe device, which is what they asked for, but they had a bad time. I have the ROG Flow Z13 tablet with 128 gigs RAM. It's amazing. Yes, I also reviewed that. I'm still working on the review for it for Linux, and it's been amazing to go back and forth between it and the HP because they have almost the exact same quirks, including the MediaTek driver. Have you used NixOS? NixOS is infectious in a good way. Any advice for local AI image generation on a 5090 and a 900 X3D? That should be a great set of hardware for doing that. Is there snapshot booting with ZFS like BTRFS does with Fedora? Yes, there is. It'll take me a minute to remember the details, but there is a way to do that. The experience on installing a new GPU from AMD, like getting the firmware and that sort of stuff, is a fair bit easier. No argument there. Try the GitHub GPT integration. I have not. Where did this come from? It came from San Francisco, PNY, an office supply company in San Francisco. PNY supplier, basically. I think replacing the MediaTek card with an Intel. You should do a video on that. It's not a terrible idea. What sort of time consumption would it take to create an AI from scratch? Like, I don't know the references there. Sorry. We're pretty close to the HAL 9000 as it is. RMRF slash. We're getting there. We're getting there. Slow post times. Ah, it's getting past my bedtime, chat. Oh, look at that. Oh, woo! Woo! Small victories, chat. Small victories. Let's change the resolution to something that's a little bit more tolerable for you guys. So doing the capture through the KVM, it's 30 hertz. Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Ah, such a moron. Come on. Yay. All right, is that coming through? Is that coming through on the chat? Yeah. Woo! 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 Oh, I'm sure that I did something here. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. No, what is it? I knew I forgot something. It's fine. Yeah. Wait, NVIDIA Open's gonna be removed? That's not good. This is gonna be more apt purge territory, isn't it? Oh, PyTorch CU128 or nightly. Right. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. We need CU 128. Oh, this is a CUDA problem. This is something different. Yeah. CUDA. Oh. Did I not do that earlier? I'm sure that I did that earlier. Is that the wrong version? What does the NVIDIA thing tell me to install? Oh, it just told me to get the cool toolkit. 12.9, yeah. Okay. Nope. Oh, this is CU 126. That's why. Ugh. I already did CUDA drivers, I thought. Yeah, that's already there. CUDA 12.9. Let's see, 128. Is it more dependencies that I need? Oh, uninstall. Did I have both versions installed at the same time? I didn't do U, so I didn't upgrade it. That is true that you can have two different versions installed at the same time, right? If you don't do U. I should already be in my virtual environment in this path. Yay. That looks better. CU128. We're warming up the accelerator. Trust me, it doesn't need to be warmed up. We're at a toasty, a balmy 78 degrees C. At only 331 watts. 370, 360, 370, 390, 400. Why? Uh-oh. Why are we staying at 400 watts? I'm using the 600 watt connector. So 298 teraflops max. There it is, chat. There's the money shot. And we've got 200 watts of headroom. 300 teraflops. $150 watts of headroom anyway, and 71 gigs of VRAM usage. Oh, 500 watts, 512 watts, 525 watts. We're getting there. We're getting there. 322 teraflops max. Dun, 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 dun. $347, $358. Have I mentioned that this card is total beast mode? Is some console gonna make chapter markers for us? Because ain't nobody wants to sit through this stream to find this thing, 2 hours later. I love Scotch, $2. Thank you. Yay, yay indeed. When can I get one of these for $350 on eBay? Probably about 12 years. I don't know. Can you guys hear this? There's like a... Let me put the microphone over there. Can you hear that? Do you actually hear that? I mean, can you hear it? It's like... It's because it's literally the sound of the memory being walked. It's not an annoying whine, and with the cover on, you can't hear it, but just barely. Maga, $10. Thank you. Any chance we might see some PLC content? Hey, if you want to do some PLC stuff, hit me up in the forum and tell me automation stuff. I need a cohort for that. So like if you do ladder logic or PLCs, or you want to talk about like the design of an elevator, I would love to get, one of the old school like Otis guys, and it's like, oh, this is how we do things so that you don't die. And this is how people should engineer modern systems, and this is all the ways that it will fail safe, because these the Doge kids, they don't understand any of that kind of stuff. There's not much stuff on YouTube about that stuff, but smart home stuff becoming more popular could be fun. Yeah, I agree. I think that a lot of that stuff should, I mean, even like the Google Nest thermostats don't fail insane ways, and all of the people engineering that are skipping 386 teraflops, good lord, are reinventing a wheel that was invented in the 1980s. They just need to go back and like really fully grok everything from like 1968 to like 1989, and the design of modern products will be dramatically better as a result. The card sounds like it has a whippy supercharger installed. It does a bit, doesn't it? I thought it was fireworks. It is not. It's really not super loud. I'm surprised that the microphone picked it up that well. But 386.5 teraflops. Let's see what NVIDIA SMI is doing. Yeah, did you see that? We had a slight excursion, 604 watts, 605 watts. Not bad. I wonder if NVTop knows about this. It does! Nice. Blackwell Workstation Edition. Fun stuff. Oh, I should hook the LLM testing. Yes, good idea. In order to do that, I'm going to hook this machine back up because there's a couple things I don't want to show on stream exactly. Nice. Let's get some more water because I've been talking your leg off. What do you say? What do you say, chat? The sound of me getting water. My mug doesn't actually fit under the sink, so I gotta do it a couple scoops at a time. I'm back, chat. I'm so thirsty. Okay, I'm going to stop this and see if this works. It probably doesn't, but maybe it does. Maybe. Okay. Wow. Oh, we got a chat. That's my teapot, thank you. Australian $10, $10. As someone who has a 3090 plus P40 setup for LLMs, getting about 5-6 tokens per second output in 70 billion IQ4 XS quants, is Ryzen 395 AI Max Desktop going to be a decent side upgrade? Not yet. Software is, like, theoretically, you should be able to get upwards of 10 tokens a second, but 5 or 6 tokens per second. But the software, Linux is better than Windows at present, but software. It's time to shunt mod the RTX 6000. Yeah, turn the fan up to 100%. Woo! That is a lot of teraflops. It is indeed a lot of teraflops. Okay, so this is a 70 billion parameter model. You guys can see this. This is a Q4, so we're only using 44 gigs of VRAM. Please write. Whoops. So yeah, you can see that this is, it's only a 40 billion parameter model, but this is also probably not the optimized version of llama.cpp. This is OpenWeb UI talking to a slightly modified OLlama that already existed on this that I'd set up for the RTX 5880s. Can't see the top of the terminal. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Forgot my thumbnail was in the way. But that is going kind of fast. Yeah. Okay, let's load a different model. I've got a lot of models, because this was already a pre-existing setup with that. I've got some older models. I've got the full DeepSeek, 600 billion parameters. This system doesn't have enough memory to do that right now. There's a 15 billion parameter. Llama 3.3 latest, 70 billion parameters. Let's load that one. All right, so Llama 3.3 latest, which this is, older, but it is a true 70 billion parameter model. We should see it pop up on this as soon as it gets loaded. Yeah, 84 of 95 gigs of memory. Woo! Wow, that's going to town. Full DeepSeek is 681 gigabytes of VRAM because it's Q8 natively. Llama 3.1 70 billion. This is Llama 3.3 70 billion. This was 31.91 tokens per second, prompt tokens per second 344, total duration, long time, prompt evaluation count 43. Took 28 seconds to respond with all that. So that was, anybody keeping score here? Somebody want to take the timestamps? 31.91 tokens per second. Anybody want to give me another prompt? No, this is not, this is Q8, yeah, Q8. So we're using 87, you see that on the stream, we're using 87 of our 95 gigabytes of VRAM. And you can see that our GPU usage there for a second was fairly substantial. I'll just have it regenerate this, I guess, in the meantime. And so there you can see we're using 600 watts and all of our memory basically. But you can also see that it's moving at a good clip. What's the largest context this thing can run? Well, if you finagle, like, it's up to you, really. You could add a second GPU and put the KV cache and the context on a 48 gig GPU and then have all this run on the 96 gig GPU. You could use the 96 gig GPU for the KV cache and context and then run everything else on CPU if you have gobs of CPU. It's getting into a territory where you need patches for llama.cpp to do some of those kinds of things. But if you were running a 40 billion parameter model that's Q8, you would have enough room for, hundreds of thousands of tokens of context if the model supports it, I think. This is kind of amazing for one GPU, yes. So this card has FP4 support, correct. You still got 30 tokens with the Q870B, yeah. Dedicated context GPU is crazy smart. I mean, there's I'm probably losing something in translation. There's a couple projects like that going on the forum. You should check it out. Let me see what other models I've already got downloaded on this system. This is a tuned version of R1, DeepSeek R1. It's a 70 billion parameter, but it has a 12,000 token context. Let's see what that does. We're loading a different, don't quote me on this, but I think this R1 model, this 70 billion parameter, is not a distilled model, it's the unsloth version, which is probably 1.58 bit. Is there a way to run one model across a cluster of computers, servers to increase tokens per second? Yeah, that's how they do it. Everything is connected on a 400 or 800 gigabit InfiniBand network, and that's the whole design. The whole NV72 is like every GPU has its own dedicated 400 or 800 gigabit link, and in the future 1.6 terabit link. And every GPU is fully connected to every other GPU. Like that's the reason when you have like 1,000 GPUs that just the networking rack for that is $1.5 million, is because that's a lot of fiber optic connectivity, because everything is directly connected to everything else. 12K context R1 70 billion is nice, and we're just fitting in our memory. Now this is also slightly misleading, because one of the reasons I didn't want to put this directly on stream is because this is also bringing in this is retrieval augmented generation, and so there's 98 JSON documents that are providing context for this query as well. So this is slower than it would be normally, but this is real world. So like the unsloth version of DeepSeek plus 98 documents of context, and it's still going to be north of 20 tokens per second, I think. Yeah, that's still 31.52 tokens per second. And the prompt tokens per second, because again, it had so much context that was baked in there for part of the UI, 1905. prompt tokens per second, 31.52 response tokens per second in it for our perfect numbers thingy. We could try this one. This is another version of DeepSeek. This is a 2-bit. I don't think this will fit. Oh, this one is configured to run some of the layers on the CPU and some on the GPU. That's probably not useful for us. I've got an older one, DeepSeek Coder V2. That's an older, I think they're on a different coder generation. I get the connection failed pop up. It's just a network connection. So under here, like all you got to do to disable that is just get rid of the USB, Ethernet, or whatever else is under there. You can tell the system to ignore it in network settings, and then it'll stop doing that. See you at Computex? Yes, indeed, DePoets. I hope you're bringing some sort of stick. Although, actually, probably don't do that because customs. Yes, lots of things. So everybody say hello. There's another person hanging out. I got the RTX 6000 Blackwell here, 96 gigs of VRAM. We're doing the thing. It's pretty crazy. $96 gigs of VRAM. Okay, yeah, there we go. 60 gigs of VRAM. What was our output here? Oh, right. That was 114 tokens per second. So DeepSeek Coder V2, this does not have any customizations or anything special, was 114 tokens per second, prompt tokens per second, 190, but it was not a very long prompt, and there's not a lot of extra context baked into this model. So, and it did see, this is what I was sort of telling you, chat. Like, this is only a 26-line response. So DeepSeek Coder V2, like in the beginning, like Llama V1 or V2 is like perfect numbers. It was like, okay, here you go. And it was like, first year computer science student answer. And now this is like third year computer science student answer, DeepSeek Coder V2, which is an ancient download from Hugging Face. So, no house fires yet? No. Greetings from Amsterdam. Hello, it's 5:22 a.m. Well, that's what I get for, I don't know. Sorry. Do you think that Ampere plus Qualcomm collab will be able to compete with NVIDIA? I think NVIDIA is about to drop a giant anvil-sized ARM anvil in everyone's lap, and then NVIDIA is probably going to show everybody how it's done, and then everybody else is going to be playing catch-up in terms of ARM plus consumer. Just probably. Looks like the VRAM is downclocked compared to a 5090 stock 5090. Well, so you can control that to an extent with NVIDIA SMI. Like, that's probably true, but you can also downclock the RAM even further to give more power to the cores, which is a way that you can, like, you can't give it the card more than 600 watts power budget, but you can say give the memory less and the cores more. I think you might be able to give the memory more and the cores less, but this is a good balance of performance and everything else. Touch the power connection. Not even warm. I should have brought the FLIR. I've got a FLIR thermal imager. Are we bringing our 5060s to Computex for the distance throwing competitions? I think it would be weird getting those through customs. Yeah, so, What's the most you can power limit this card with NVIDIA SMI-P? The BIOS advertises minus 75% of 600 watts. So that would be what, like 180 watts? No. 125 watts. Sounds like the limit of the card is a 600 watt limit. I don't know. 50% fans, it gets to like 87 degrees C, which is, you know, toasty. Let's see. Let's see if we got any other models that are interesting here. There's some 8 billion parameter models. I've got a Falcon 3. Got the 27 billion parameter Gemma 3 module or model. That's not going to use hardly any. Yeah, it's just using 31 gigs of VRAM. I guess in a multi-tenant scenario, good lord, that's going fast. I guess in a multi-tenant scenario, that would maybe be useful. It's like, oh yeah, everybody gets their own Gemma 3 27 billion parameter model. And this is a 52-line Python answer to my imperfect numbers question. It was 62.76 tokens per second. Prompt token processing was 340 tokens per second. So 62.76 on Gemma 3 27 billion parameters. And you guys are getting the output there of GPU utilization. They make a 300 watt version of this card too, Max Q. Oh, let's see how that does. That'll be another chapter marker, I guess. Come on. Let's see, what is it? Mr. Buckley, I think you know the answer to this off the top of your head. It is, I think we'll have to kill. Will we have to kill? No, we should do that. We shouldn't have to do that. What's the NVIDIA SMI command to do the set the sudo to no password? Yeah, that's a good idea. What was the NVIDIA SMI command to? Oh yeah, right there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Teapot. Not power limit. Is it power limit 300? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 300 watts, 600 watts. Okay. Yeah. It's not going to be persistent. That's fine. Yeah, 300 watts. Okay, now we come back over here and we run the teraflops thing first, before we do the models. Oh, I needed to kill Olama. That's what I was trying to remember. Jesus. I'm getting tired. Run Cyberpunk via wine. Ain't nobody got time for that. Yeah, there we go. Systemctl stop NVIDIA persist. Yeah. Yeah, he knows what I was trying to remember. I also need to kill Olama, because Olama is perhaps going to mess with us a little bit. This will also get a little faster as it gets to, I guess, the larger runs. And we are right at our 300 watt power limit. So this is the equivalent of a max Q. So this is the, like if you weren't picking up on that, chat, there's the Blackwell 6000 and the Blackwell 6000 max Q. This is the main difference. It's power limited to 300 watts. These Ada RTX 5880, these cards only use 300 watts. And they're great cards, and they run cool. You can pack a bunch of them in a system. You don't really have to do anything exotic as far as cooling goes. They've got their built-in fans. This is, you know, this is like the blower style. Blower style gets a bad rep, but blower, like this kind of a blower design is actually not terrible. It's actually really, it's pretty good. The only reason that the blowers have the reputation that they do is because like the GTX 9 and 10 series that had a blower, like the blower could really ramp up and sound like a vacuum cleaner and move a ton of air. These can too, they don't need to. But this is very effective at removing a lot of air from the back of the case, especially if you have a case that doesn't have dividers between your slots. So a lot of OEM workstations and everything else like that are designed around cards that use 300 to 400-ish watts. And so max Q 300 watts, blah, blah, blah. But you can see we're already at 300 teraflops. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. This is the same die as the 5090? Yes, it's got a few more ROPs and some other bells and whistles and a lot of software enablement. Like we talked earlier, you got a license for the NVIDIA inferencing microservice in the cloud, and it's really easy to move container-fied jobs from your local machine to the cloud and back again. So you can really do some incredible stuff. So far it's only about 10% lower teraflops in this test. Not even that. Yeah, it's a bathtub curve for the power usage versus efficiency, like from 300 to 600 watts. We're at 308 teraflops max. What was the other one? I don't even remember. Too tired. I'll have to go back and look at the stream. Oh, I was doing all kinds of other stuff there. I don't remember. It's like 380, I think, something like that. $8.5K after scalping or MSRP. That's MSRP. That's pre-tariff MSRP also. New MSRP is more like 9,200 or something. This one came from Vietnam, so. I just placed a pre-order at 8,500. Yeah, it's something. I mean, if you want your HAL 9000 on your desk, like 96 Zen cores, 512 gigabytes of memory, all the PCIe lanes, tons of Gen 5 connectivity, and 308 teraflops. This is literally the HAL 9000 sitting on my desk. Like, the software is just not quite there yet. $386 versus 308. What percentage difference is that? Mm, 20%. 310. 50% power reduction for 20-ish% loss in performance. That's pretty good. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't afford that. Me too. This is not a toy. This is work stuff. What do you mean, ask my teapot? We were doing LLM testing earlier and getting like 35 tokens per second on the 70 billion parameter models. You could do even better if you limit the memory to 7 gigahertz. Yeah, that's true. Looks like 310 flops is about the best that we're going to do with this power limit. Oops. Let's do 450. Can we get back to 300? I'll take 375 for 450. That's 150 watts savings. $335. $348. It's running, I'm at the office. I have a ways to go before I can sleep. 348. $348 looks like it's going to be the best we're going to get. Only 11% performance gain with a 50% increase in power. Yeah. $550. $356. $377. That's quite a jump. $377.3. What's the HAL 9000 on the desk? This is a Falcon Northwest rack, 96 core Threadripper, 512 gigs of memory, Blackwell RTX 6000, 600 watt GPU. We're just doing like some different power testing. The 386 teraflops was our best score at 600 watts. At 300 watts, it can do like almost 310 teraflops. So you only lose about 75 teraflops for half the card power. The VRAM must be using a fair chunk on the power budget. Yeah, I think that's true. Firework noises, but not fire. Let's check the temperature of the wire. Oh yeah, the wires. It's warmer, but it's nothing alarming. $377.3. It's close enough. All right, let's set this back to 300 and stop our benchmark and try some more models. All right, so let's go back to, this one was 62.76 tokens per second. Let's just regenerate it. 62.76 was the number we were getting at 600 watts. Let's see what we get on this one. It's going pretty fast. $50.42 for half the power. It cannot exceed 600 watts. It is hard locked. There is a, not only does the absolute maximum of the connector, I think, is only like 660 watts, but the card hardware, it doesn't let you. You can go less than 300 watts though. Let's see. 50 tokens per second. Let's try another one. 80% for 50% less power. Yeah, that's what, from the command line, just raw teraflops, I would say that ballpark 80% as fast for 50% less power. Really, like, if you dot your I's and cross your T's, it's probably more like 17%, but, and then seems like that's holding true for LLMs as well. I would expect the LLMs to not suffer as much though, which is, so this is interesting. All right, we're gonna switch back to DeepSeek R1. Oh. That's weird. The Windows machine turned off. Why did the Windows machine turn off? That's weird. Did it get a Windows update? Is it toasty? Is there some problem? No. That's weird. I have no idea why that turned off. That's not the RTX 6000 machine. Update. No? Yeah, maybe. Okay, let's try DeepSeek R1. That should use the 70 billion parameter model, 70 billion parameter version. Good night, Patrick G. Thanks for hanging out. It's kind of wild to watch how much faster it is on Linux than with LM Studio. So this is DeepSeek R1 70B without the, this is the one that doesn't have the 12K context extra documents RAG thing. And you can see we're using 67 gigs of VRAM, 98%, and then we're power limited. We're still power limited 300 watts. Keep in mind, this is part of the power limited 300 watt test. 23.03 tokens per second, which is a little slower than the other one, the other DeepSeek R1. Now let's switch to the DeepSeek R1 that has 12K context window. And do that one more time. Along with 3.3 70 billion instruct, I got 20 tokens per second with an A180 gig on an Epic 7742. Your card blows the socks off mine from what I'm seeing, even power matched to 300 watts. Yeah. And keep in mind, this card could also do FP4. Like, that was the whole part of Jensen's presentation was, look, we figured out that you can do quantization, you can do FP4, whatever, and you get the performance benefit from that. And then parallel to that, not really the same thing exactly, I'm glossing over a lot of things, but certain quantization approaches, like what Unsloth is doing. Unsloth is doing some really incredible things. They have a version of DeepSeek that is on average 2.58 bits. It's selectively quantized, and the outputs from it are very, very similar. I don't want to say functionally identical, but it's really close. For 2.58 bit versus 8 bit, the model quality is not degraded significantly. The perplexity is not significantly impacted. And that reduces your VRAM, that reduces the memory footprint that you have to deal with significantly. You can read about that on Unsloth's webpage, but their claims, as far as I can tell, like testing here is real. And so this kind of thing is pretty exciting when you can get that kind of software efficiency out of it. It's like, oh, we're still figuring stuff out. Craft computing, hey, shouldn't you be in bed by it? Yeah. Oh yeah, good Lord. I'd stay up to make 6,000 go burr too. Yeah. Well, it's going burr at 300 watts. That's the impressive thing. It's like 80 to 85% as fast at half power. 22.51 tokens per second with the 12K context window. So you'd have to pull the old numbers from earlier in the stream, but that doesn't sound like we've lost a significant amount of performance from going to half power. So kind of mind-blowing. Oh, it's been a great stream. Thanks. Everybody like and subscribe and comment or something, and I'll try to do more of these. But yeah, Blackwell RTX 6000. And we haven't even talked about NIMs. Well, we talked a little bit about NIMs, but like, you get more than the card. NVIDIA gives you the cloud, because it's like, I figure if you bought the card, you must be going on a journey of like, you know, like an AI spirit journey. Come with us in the cloud. And then so they give you access to all this cool stuff in the cloud. VRAM's main reason that token processing goes fast, power has more to do with prompt processing. Yes, that's true, but don't forget that we just ran MAMF finder.py, and it was 80% as fast at half power for teraflop computation, and that doesn't use any VRAM. That's all running on the core. It uses this benchmark on this card only uses like 10 gigs of VRAM. It just runs and runs and runs and runs and runs and runs and runs. Is there a specific reason you don't stream the games here too? Just inertia. In the beginning, Twitch was like, you can't simul stream to YouTube, and we haven't set up the stuff to stream to YouTube and Twitch. We've also found that YouTube is really like, so like we do the game thing and it's just like a hangout thing like this, and then we do the tech stuff, and then we do the links with friends, and everybody likes different stuff. And if we put it all in one place, people get grumpy. And then the algorithm is like, oh, some of the people are grumpy, and it punishes us. So, woo! Woo! Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. There's a forum thread that's linked in the description. We can do more stuff with this. 300 watts is the power limit max Q version. Yeah. So running this test here is like you'll get over 300 teraflops from this benchmark. You'll get performance like this from LLMs, assuming that your LLMs are set up the same way and using llama.cpp for the max Q version, the 300 watt max Q version. Even though this is not the max Q version, the performance will be similar because we have in software power limited it to 300 watts. It's basically the same as a max Q 300 watts. So that's useful. It's useful to you. Woo! Everybody understand? Any questions before I go and pass out? Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for everybody that donated. That's quite awesome. Oh, store code. Where's my store code? It's like 25 off 11 something. Hang on, I've forgotten. Let me go get it. 25 off L1. So I'm gonna put that in the chat here. 25 off L1. So you hung out for the whole stream. There's 25 off L1. That's a store coupon code. store.level1text.com. It's $25 off any order, I think, for the first 15 people. I Love Scotch is another $2. Great stream. Well, thank you, I Love Scotch. I love I love your money. And now I'm going to, it's like, if I'm going to keep this, I'm probably going to end up using it for work. But if I end up keeping it, then I'm going to have to do a lot of streams to pay for it because reasons. So it's fine. It's fine. Does this run Cyberpunk? We did, in fact, run Cyberpunk shrimp farm earlier, even with full path tracing. So you can scrub back. Maybe some kind person will create a set of chapters to make it a little easier, and then I'll promote that or pin that comment or something. Trouble Damon, Canadian $20. Good Lord. Thanks, Steve. Thanks indeed, Steve. Yeah, probably got to loan this to Steve after Computex. We'll see. I got to go back and visit Steve. We're going to do a server room makeover. Now goes. Steve said he'll buy it. Steve can't. No. It's just no. You can use it, but it's fine. It's fine. Got to run all the AI workloads. It's fun. All right. It's fun. Oh, and by the way, you probably, over the next 3 to 6 months, the tokens per second performance from llama.cpp should improve. The llama.cpp, I mean, I know it's running ollama. You can see ollama in the process list, but if you go inside the llama container, you can mess with llama.cpp as it is in the llama container. And so, like, we've done that. And so this version of llama.cpp is a little different. And there's a thread about that on the forum. Because there's some pull requests and there's some patches and things like that. But because this is brand new hardware, you're probably going to get some optimizations in llama.cpp because it is the Wild West in llama.cpp. Let me tell you, a lot of room for optimizations. And so the performance is probably going to get better over time, significantly. Whoa, Randy Watson, $10. Thank you. Impressive hardware. Thank you. Thank you. Impressive dollars. So I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to go now. And I will see you later. And thank you for hanging out. But you can hit me up on the forum if you have any questions or whatever. It's all good. All right. I'm going to find OBS now, and I'm going to stop OBS because if I stop it on YouTube, it'll cut me off, and like then people